becomes available on YouTube after the whole session, because actually you're going to have one morning session and 2 sessions in the afternoon, and everything's going to be online. Okay, Camila, you are on.
Okay, thank you very much, Nita. Good morning to all. Welcome to our last day of our AI Ethics, Neuroethics, Bioethics Colloquium. We are very pleased to have this session. Today we'll start with Professor Mikhail Khorkov, who will give you the first presentation of our morning here in Brazil. Thank you very much, Professor Mikhail, for agreeing to participate. We're very pleased to hear your talk today.
Thank you very much. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Good. Thank you very much for the introduction and for the invitation to this colloquium. Happy to be here on Zoom. Sorry, on different place physically, but online together. Could you please help me to upload my presentation, PowerPoint presentation?
Sure, you can share the screen.
Okay.
Here at Zoom.
Wow, where is it? Just open it. Sorry.
I think Mikhail is having problems, Camila, too.
It seems there's a technical problem to upload that.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's a PPT, PowerPoint document.
PowerPoint.
Yeah, you need to open the file right in your computer and then share the screen. Click share on below and then select the PPT presentation and then share.
Yeah, I know, but but unfortunately it doesn't
Isn't
work.
working. Maybe you can send me and I could try it. I don't know, Nita, if you could check as you are the host, if it's open to anyone to share.
Yes, it's okay. You can send us, Mikhail.
Yeah.
You can just send your file on.
And you can send by email or here the chat, and you can. Oh,
now has started.
Now it's showing, but a different screen.
Yeah.
So you have you have to open it first, Mikhail.
Great.
Make sure you open your file.
I hope you can see already something or not.
Yeah, if you open your file first, then you go to this green button at the bottom of your dashboard, and then you hit the green button, and you can share this file. But you better open it first.
So it's already open on my screen.
Oh, I see.
And shared.
We are seeing your
desktop.
Yeah, your desktop.
Yeah.
Maybe you should you could stop sharing and try to reshare selecting the PPT file.
Let's try it again.
Maybe if you click, Mikhail, because you can see Khorkov press PPTX.
I already did. So it's already open on my screen.
Oh, in your screen is open. Yeah, then,
Yeah, you
Yeah.
need to reselect what
Unfortunately-
will you share.
yeah.
Because we can.
Unfortunately, you can see
Yes,
it.
now we
Oh,
can
yeah,
see.
now it's okay.
Oh,
Brilliant.
fantastic. So sorry for delay. So sometimes
problem.
it happens. Also with the technologies you used many times. So okay, so full screen. I think is better.
Yes, great.
So
Thank
now it's perfect. Okay, good. My title is on some ethical issues in database making in the humanities. This talk is based on the one hand on my experience of working at the Polish Academy of Science on projects related to databases in the field of history of humanities, history of science, and historical knowledge. On the other hand, philosophically and theoretically, my reasoning is inspired by my reflection on two new books devoted to the philosophical critique of digitalization, published at the beginning of this year and still little known outside Central Europe. The books I am talking about are those by the German philosopher Daniel Martin Feige, Kritik der Digitalisierung, and the Danish sociologist Gry Hasselbalch, Human Power, 7 Traits for the Politics of the AI Machine Age. But first, a few words about the key definitions of my talk. Digitalization and GDTization. It's known that GDTization is the process of converting analog information into a digital format. In this format, information is organized into discrete units of data called bits that can be separately addressed, usually in multiple bit groups called bytes. In contrast to digitization, digitalization refers to a broader process of introducing digital technologies into various spheres of human life: industry, agriculture, banking and finance, transport and communication, education and science, social life, security, politics, culture, etc., etc. Let me start now with Feige's book. Following the critical methodology of the Frankfurt School, especially Horkheimer and Adorno, Daniel Martin Feige characterizes digitalization as, I quote, the productive radicalization of a certain logic of instrumental reason that has become self-evident. In doing so, the classical Frankfurt critique of the ideology of the bourgeois industrial age, or the age of modernity, is modified to meet the objectives of the critique of the ideology of capitalism in the age of digitalization. I quote, Adorno's and Horkheimer's ideas must be re-examined on the basis of the changed social, economic, and discursive situation. Following in the footsteps of Adorno and Horkheimer, digitalization can be understood in the spirit as a productive radicalization of a logic of instrumental reason that takes on a life of its own. End quote. To a certain extent, digitalization means simplification of the analog world. However, behind every simplification, there is always some ideology that makes this simplification socially demanded. Algorithmization, automation, functional simplification, all these characteristic elements of digital technologies presuppose an ideology of new non-alternative dominance that supports them. There is no technology without ideology. Digital technologies clearly confirms this old observation. This means that no technology is ideologically neutral and value neutral, both in terms of its algorithms and in terms of its design by which it is used by humans. In the digital world, it's not only the relationships between people and objects or the functions of objects that change. According to Feige, the changes are more radical because the objects themselves change. Quote, the object is now nothing more than what it has been digitally calculated to be. In German original, der Gegenstand ist nun gar nichts anderes mehr als das, als was digital berechnet worden ist. End quote. Such a process can be characterized as datafication. Quote, if for Adorno and Horkheimer, social reality forced subjects to be conformists, this idea also takes on a new meaning in the context of digital capitalism. The meaning of a comprehensive measurement of the social in the form of a metrization. Only from this perspective can the grammar of datafication actually be grasped. It can thus be read not only in terms of the fact that the currency of information and communication technologies is data, but also from the perspective of a critique of instrumental reason taken on a life of its own as a universal measurement of the social, end quote. However, Feige is not at all calling for a rejection of digitalization. He is convinced that this is not only impossible, but also dangerous because by refusing digitalization, people destroy not machines, but themselves. His approach is dialectical, not a rejection of digitalization, but a critique of it. Quote, an appropriate critique of digitalization can neither mean returning to a pre-digital life, nor can it mean describing these developments in an overall affirmative manner in the sense of a naive thinking of progress. A return to a pre-digital life is not only wrong because of its restorative character, it's also impossible. In the digital world, it's not, individuals may try to remain outsiders in the digital world, but by trying to leave as few data traces as possible. But one can escape datization today, end quote. Some elements of this critique are not easy to avoid. For example, the way in which datafication changes the perception of historical time. Next passage. I quote, the logic of calculation and measurement is one that is intended to calculate the events before it has been occurred. It's thereby naturalized and becomes impossible. What used to be the subject of a choice has now become the subject of a decision in the sense of decidability. We have no choice but to decide between given options. This indicates that our thoughts and actions change their meaning under the conditions of the logic of digitalization. Our thoughts become predictable before we thought them. Our actions are anticipated with a certain probability. The situation is already predetermined by given options of what can happen. One could say that under the conditions of digitalization, we are turning ourselves into living beings whose thoughts and actions have been colonized by the logics and structures of digitalization. End quote. The statement allows for a new evaluation of the role of digitalization for the historical studies. First of all, the most important point is that new knowledge at the goal of historical research is becoming impossible as new knowledge. There is nothing new because it is just impossible within the logic of digitalization. At best, the new is a combination of what is already available. Thus, history turns into a combinatorics of what is available, produced by means of computer programs and historical databases at their disposal. The keys to history end up in the hands of programmers, and historians lose them, turning from researchers into creators of historical databases that operate on the basis of digital principles that historians themselves can neither create nor control. The key political question in this case is not even who or what will manage the programmers, what power or what authority, but that without such an authoritative institution, the system of digitalization as political program will simply not work. It will be just impossible. Moreover, if in the digital world historical facts turned into digital data are grouped in the form of a database, such a database will inevitably be incomplete and closed. A complete and open database is impossible because, as Feige points out, being digital means being limited by code and design. That means it is incomplete and closed by the very nature of digitality, which is based on Leibniz's principle of binarity. To put it simply, in a binary system, it's impossible to insert any third element between 0 and 1, because there is simply no room for it there. Otherwise, the digital system just cannot work. And here comes another problem related to digital data and databases. There is never a complete correspondence between big data and the way it's processed, both in terms of technological processes and design. As a result, there are zones of ignorance or zones of surprises, which seem to contradict the very principle of digitalization that generates them, the semantics of which should seem to be based on the complete exclusion of such zones from the very beginning of the construction of any digital software algorithm. In other words, no database can contain everything related to its sphere of competence. It does not and cannot know everything. Applying artificial intelligence to databases only expands the gaps in digitalization or zones of ignorance and leads to numerous errors in the practical use of the databases. No database can know everything. Neither the database itself nor the artificial intelligence attached to it can replenish itself with completely new knowledge. Only a human being can do this, including turning turning his or her analog world of things and objects into the world of digital data. Therefore, new knowledge is the domain of both technological and ethical responsibility of people. There are definitely differences between the functional and ethical descriptions of a technology, including artificial intelligence technologies, but such technologies become ethically problematic only when any link between these two descriptions disappears completely. A link both internal, purposes of these technologies, and external, their social ethical evaluation. Ethical issues arise not so much from digitalization as such, but from the human reaction to the digitalization, and to an even greater extent from the relations between people in relation to the digitalization. This alone suggests an infinitely open ethical reality that no amount of digitalization and digital technologies can provide to the human world. Technology is not responsible for ethical issues, because applying ethics to technology is the responsibility of humans, not machines. This is essentially what Gry Hasselbalch writes about in her book Human Power. Comparing to Daniel Martin Feiger, she criticizes digitalization without any influence of the Frankfurt School, at least without any direct and dominant influence, even if it's fair to take into account that once, however, she does refer to Horkheimer and Adorno as examples of critical thinking, along with Karl Marx and Michel Foucault. Hasselbalch provides to find the most problematic gaps of the digital worlds with the pure human ability she calls human power. From her point of view, human power is a number of qualities of human life and human consciousness that cannot be digitized because it can neither be deconstructed into algorithms nor instrumentalized. In other words, there are qualities that machines do not and cannot have, no matter how far digital technologies may advance. She lists 7 such special human qualities towards a chapter of her book. These qualities are creativity, intuition, emotion, life, defense, love, and wisdom. As Feiger's and Hasselbalch's studies show, artificial intelligence cannot think because it cannot act and live freely and independently. It is absurd both to attribute to any technology, including artificial intelligence, such human qualities as consciousness or emotions, and to suggest that a utopia of complete subordination of human life at the individual and social-political levels to artificial intelligence technology is possible, as, for example, Elon Musk recently did in one of his provocative statements, like that, claiming that the AI, I quote, AI will overtake humans to the point that biological intelligence will be 1%. So such predictions are more appropriate for movies and political TV shows than for real life and practices, especially practices directly related to artificial intelligence, databases, and any form of digitality, because it's not correct from the logical point of view, because human consciousness and artificial intelligence are not the same kind of intelligence. So there's no comparison according to normal logical rules between these two types of intelligence, or so-called intelligence. Technology, including artificial intelligence, makes sense and functions adequately if and only if it's integrated into the process of human life and its natural normal flow. Any attempt to do the opposite is a claim by some people to rule and control other people. In other words, it's a political program of domination and subordination, which sooner or later is doomed to failure even at the local level, not to mention the global perspective. As for digital data for historical research, on the basis of the books discussed in my talk, the important thing to consider seems to be that a unified database of everything that belongs to the domain of a particular discipline within the humanities, such as history, is impossible because everything is open and bounded, whereas a database is not. Otherwise, it could not function as a digital one. That is, a unified historical database is impossible. Artificial intelligence operating with historical data always operates with incomplete data, drawn from the specialized and often incompatible databases. At best, artificial intelligence supporting historical research could operate on data from different databases, between which there will inevitably gaps due to the incompleteness of each of these databases, the differences in their codes and design, and the different nature of the data they contain, such as information on texts, metals, ceramics, coins, fabrics, and other materials, geographic places, human names, etc. When artificial intelligence is applied, the gaps of ignorance and congruence between these databases inevitably produce errors and fantasy narratives about things that cannot exist and never existed. Games with already existing AI platforms demonstrate this very well. It is therefore no coincidence that the question of how much artificial intelligence can be applied to human freedom remains open, and it is unlikely that this issue can be considered resolved, at least in the near future. My practical experience shows that exactly these uncertain zones of digitalization identified as described by Feige and Hasselbalch becomes, as I would call it, fields of ethical negativity, more specifically of discrimination, on which any forms of discrimination, both old and new, and even unidentified and unknown as they have not yet appeared, emerge as if by themselves, simply by virtue of the very structure and nature of these negative ethical fields. Let me give an example with one database I'm working on. It's a Repertorium Chronicarum database. The data on the medieval Latin chronicles, which form the core of this database, would seem to have long had the status of strictly academic and therefore neutral knowledge. However, when the question arose about expanding the database to include non-Latin chronicles, also medieval non-Latin chronicles, the question of which ones arose immediately. Initially, it was about Anglo-Saxon chronicles. Then the question of including French, Spanish, German, Greek, Slavic, Arabic, Georgian, Armenian, and so on, up to Chinese and Japanese naturally arose. In other words, having started as a strictly Western European and Eurocentric project, it began to turn into a global one. And then the question arose, what to do with its Latin core? If it's left as it was originally designed, all the languages and text will inevitably be discriminated in comparing to it. If it's transformed by merging with other spheres, then this project will lose the possibility to be realized as a digital database because, as Feige's book shows, it will no longer meet the very idea of digitalization. First of all, its semantics as different from analogical objects, which in fact medieval manuscripts and the text contained in them are in their essence. We have not yet found a clear answer to this question. So far, there is only some small progress towards a balanced solution, which I very much hope will not be a path to nowhere. At least we have some proposals for the programmers for new digital technologies, because we have ideas how to expand the database to support new questions in historical research. And there are still no programs to that. So we propose and we seek programmers to elaborate these new programs that would be adequate for our questions in historical research. To summarize my talk, it seems appropriate to formulate some new basic ethical principles related to the production of big data and working with databases, especially in the humanities. First, digitality makes sense after and together with the analog world, not before and not instead of it. Second, particularly in problematic situations, it's not only and not so much the technical solution and its design that must be relied upon, but human reactions and the phenomena of human life that, according to Gru Hazelbach, machines, including those operating using artificial intelligence, do not and cannot possess: creativity, intuition, emotion, life, defense, love, and wisdom. The development, third, the development of a critique of digitality at all levels is needed. From the elementary procedures of transforming the facts of human life into the simplest data, to the critique of codes, algorithms, design, and programming languages. Big data and artificial intelligence technologies themselves need this criticism, because no technology works without its criticism and regular correction or fixing. At least it doesn't work for a long time. Fourth, the critique of digital technologies must be a cultural institution independent of these technologies, and not just a self-checking system of technology which the operator can turn off at any time or simply ignore. An indispensable condition for the success of this criticism in the presence in it as an integral part of human irony, humor, sarcasm, parody, metaphors, and fantasies, and in general at the level of culture of various forms of art, both new and old. Actually, spontaneously, it already took place. For example, in utopian or dystopian literature, science fiction, or cinema. In this regard, in the conclusion of my talk, I would like to make a brief marginal remark. I don't know any really good and highly professional programmer who doesn't read a lot of books, both fiction and non-fiction, in a volume often much larger than even humanities enthusiasts do. And this empirical fact alone helps me to treat the prospects of development of digitality and artificial intelligence technologies, if not with unconditional optimism, then with the light of hope. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Khorkov, for your excellent, brilliant talk. I would like to already open the floor for questions, comments, and for start our debate regarding Professor's talk. If anyone has any questions, Professor Nitamar, please.
Thank you very much, Mikhail. This was very interesting. I was wondering whether in your own perception, would you say that most of these comments that you mentioned, they tend to not only to be skeptical about certain usage of artificial intelligence, but they still follow something of a, let me say, a pessimistic evaluation of AI, which was very much following Heidegger's attitude towards technology. So this was only my impression from the quotes you shared with us, but I would like to see from your own perspective, because of course, as you mentioned, for these dystopian scenarios, of course, some people can also be very for the right reasons, mostly that there might be some very dangerous usage of AI. But do you think this is also related to the fact that in the first half of the 20th century, there was this very much, let's say, a pessimism regarding technology?
Thank you for the question. Surely sometimes it sounds pessimistic, but actually it's not about pessimism. Despite of all pessimistic intentions or discourses, or I don't know, maybe pessimistic attitude of a lot of people, and actually this feeling that produces pessimism is correct, because the books I spoke about propose a new attitude. What we must do with this negative feelings, on dangerous situation with new technologies. The idea I spoke about is very simple. Digital technologies are part of human life, because there is no digitality without humans. Digitality is a part of human existence, of normal human life. They may be dangerous if some people tried to control other people with these technologies. So it's a social conflict. It's not conflict with digitality. It's a conflict in social and political life. And that is a real dangerous situation in contemporary society on national and also on global level. So that is why it seems to me, so the strategy and the philosophy of this, from my point of view, old classical Frankfurt perspective is valued in the discussion. So look, it's not about, so because digitality is just machine, just technology. It could be dangerous. So if digital technologies are dangerous, then your home devices are also dangerous. Yeah. So we live in a technical world because there is no humanity without technology. So it's all about that. And to make technology less dangerous, there must be a critic of technology, evaluation. What technology is about? What humans can do with technologies without fear, without panic, without danger. So the critic is needed. And for the critic of technology, not only specialists, not only programmers, not only specialists, technical specialists. First of all, it's a responsibility of humanities. It's needed. Not only from the perspective of users, but also from the perspective of theoreticians. Programmers and technical specialists need ideas how to apply their technologies to everyday social life. Because sometimes they don't know anything about that. They're not specialists, they're not sociologians, they're not specialists in the humanities. They need information about normal human life. And that's the responsibility of the humanities. So.
Thank you very much, Professor. Professor Sinara, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Mikhail. Very instigating talk. I have just a clarification point that wasn't very clear for me. It's about the Repertorium Chronicae, yeah, that you said that wouldn't be digitalized. I didn't understand. I don't think that if I understood well, but why it couldn't be digitalized? What is the point about this?
Okay, thank you for the question. So it's just a reflection of a historian or historian of philosophy or ideas on the already existing database. So the database exists already about 30 years.
Yeah.
You can find it on the internet, and now we try to make update with the database that is needed. Not only from the technical point of view, but also from the point of view of information it contains. It's also needed to actualization and update. And from a historical point of view, sometimes, so it's a database of medieval Latin chronicles. Okay, not complete, because as I said, there's no complete database. It's just impossible. First of all, from the digital point of view, digitality never produces completeness. Yeah. Okay, but still, all databases are usable. So just please never have illusions about database. So they're all incomplete. From the point, from the perspective of historian research, so we have Latin chronicles, but at the same time we have chronicles in other languages, describing the same events from other perspective. For example, about Crusades, there are Latin chronicles, there are French chronicles, there are Greek chronicles, Arabic chronicles, Jewish, and so on and so on. Syrian. Well, that means for historians need all these chronicles to understand what was the reality of the Crusades. The database has only Latin chronicles with partially incomplete information. Then came the idea to use also information about non-Latin chronicles of the medieval period. Then comes the question, so there are a lot of chronicles of this kind. How far they are usable, information of this chronicle are usable? Is it realistic to digitalize all this information? Theoretically, it's possible, but it's a project for a great team, for international cooperation, and so on and so on. But the reality is that historical research today needs all that. So, despite of our plans for digital database, research needs all that. So there's no good research without using all these documents. And the problem, ethical problem, that is connected to that, what must be designed of this updated database? I mean, if Latin chronicles must be the core, as it was originally planned, the core of this new updated database, or the database must take a new design, multiple centered design. My a bit utopical point of view would be the design must be adapted and individualized for users. So if, for example, a user needs a perspective, an Indian perspective, or Arabic perspective, or Georgian perspective, the support of artificial intelligence, he or she could receive as a result individualized, personalized information about all data selected by the artificial intelligence for the use of this user. The problem is that there is no technology still that may support this idea and interest of historians.
I see.
And I hope that programmers elaborate something like that very soon. Very soon means in a couple of years. Just wait.
Thank you, Mikhail. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. You have now a question from Professor Mariana. Would you like me to read, or you will open your mic, Professor?
You can read, please.
Okay, so Professor Mariana asked in our chat, 3 years ago, Chomsky described ChatGPT as a form of techno-plagiarism because it is using large database and big data techniques to recombine and associate words. However, Margaret Bowden, an expert in artificial intelligence based on the notion of conceptual space, understands that intelligent machines can expand this space, not limit themselves to a mere mirroring of human creation. I would like to know your opinion on this debate. If you may allow me, Professor Mariana, I have a question for Professor Khorkov that is very similar to yours. So I maybe could add, if you don't mind, because it's very on the same direction. I was wondering about the idea of the concepts that you brought in your presentation, the different humans from machines. And I was very interested about the idea of creativity, especially now given that we have generative AI and we are talking about some sort of creativity in a similar sense. So I was wondering how you could argue for a differentiation in the sense that, of course, the generative AI is collecting a large base of information to create something. Would be argued that sense of our perceptions, our experience, and information that we gather. So my question was also in the sense how we could deal with a different idea between human creation and the creativity we see in AI, generative AI. Thank you very much.
All types of generative AI is just an instrument. From my point of view, it's nonsense to use it to support human creativity, despite the fact that they're sometimes very supportive. But there's no creativity in these technologies. It looks like creativeness. For example, if you don't know, you don't have information about anything, and then ask AI, and they produced very valuable information from a theoretical and practical point of view, you can use also for your creative tasks, creative purposes, creative processes on the individual or group level. It's not a problem at all. Because it's all technology is supportive. It's not contradict to say normal process, because they're also human process. There are surely ethical problems and legal problems, as you mentioned, plagiarism. Okay, it's really legal problem and ethical problem with plagiarism, just because our ethical and legal system are against plagiarism. They have very rigoristic understanding of plagiarism that is not new, that is old. So it's because there is copyright and it's business. So and public and copyright holders sell the products of human creativity and receive money for that from publishers and so on, and so it's business. So AI technologies may destroy this business that is actually a very old business. So it's a business from the 18th, 19th century, maybe first half of the 20th century. And it was a very short period of capitalistic civilization, because there was nothing like that in the medieval period or ancient period. Because if you take all great thinkers, the so-called Renaissance philosophers, or scholasticism, so they are all compilators. All great thinking, first of all, 15th century, like Nicholas of Cusa, they just compile their texts using texts of the other people. Never accused of plagiarism, because that practice was legal. The task was to produce as soon as possible, as much as possible intellectual production in a textual form. So it was very, very practical usage, first of all, for professors. So if you have a task to write a lecture in 2 days, the only practical possibility, use texts of other people to compile them. Is that your creativity or not? It's a very complicated question, but it was normal practice already in the 15th century. And then till now. I wouldn't say it's bad practice. It's a noble practice for institutions like universities and all educational institutions. If it supports creativity of the other people, that means professors propose using compilation, some ideas, some new information to stimulate creativity of the students. It's not bad. Maybe it's not good, but it's normal practice. So I wouldn't say it's dangerous. It must be legally controlled. So all homeworks of the students must be checked. It's nonsense. It's just impossible. It's absolutely bureaucratic process. Nobody needs it. Perhaps the people who say this proving machines and technologies, because there are other ways to stimulate creativity. So not with this total control. But you are right. It's a very complicated question. Complicated in the sense that there are a lot of problems still with established legal system, and the system became more and more complicated because it's used by the state, by the bureaucracy, by all control systems that are not helpful at all. So, and ethical problems. Ethical problems, from my point of view, must be used, must be solved. First of all, on the theoretical level, there must be discussions about that, open discussions. Secondly, on the practical level. That means if you work with other people, with your students, with your doctoral students, with your colleagues, normally you know quite good who is creative, who are not, and what is the problem, how to stimulate creativeness. So, and if you suspect that that a student, with support of plagiarism, try to become from you better notes for semester work. So I think it's a relation between professor and student. So there's no ground to write papers to the court, to the police, and to other control instances to punish the student for his or her illegality, because it's not criminal. It's a normal praxis. Surely it's a normal for, to say, in the words of Adorno, it's a normal for capitalistic word, to invest less to become more. If you need to prepare for the exams in 2 hours, there is no other way than just to compile your work using plagiarism. That is how our world works. You must not have illusions. And ethical and pedagogical situation is just to find normal forms and normal ways for exams, for the practice, how to stimulate students to write their own creative works. So it's not only ethical, it's also pedagogical and psychological situation. But you're right, it's not so easy to say in 2 or 3 points what to do, because it's complicated situation of our everyday life, and our life is not simple. as you know. And digital technology couldn't make our life simple, despite all their ambitions. So digitality couldn't make our life simple and easy.
Thank you so much for your answer, Professor Mikhail. Do you have any more questions before we close this session? I guess we should be moving on. Thank you again, Professor, for your brilliant talk and for our discussion. I was very pleased to hear you and discuss with you. Thank you very much. I guess we have our next panels already available. As we are scheduled, have now Professor Claudia Passos giving her talk. I don't know if she's already available.
Yes, sure. I think I got the time zone wrong, so sorry.
No problem. It's perfect timing, Professor.
8:00, and I just saw Anita my emails that the panel starts earlier.
You could do your presentation now. Are you set up?
Yeah, I can do my presentation. I'll just one last minute change. So I send my title to Nitamar, but then I switch back to the previous.
Claudia, if you don't mind, thank you very much, Claudia, for contributing to this colloquium. We are very, very much looking forward to hearing you. But let me also ask Xudong, because I don't know if there could be a problem of communication here, Camila. Xudong, is it okay for you to give your talk after Claudia? Because Xudong is in Beijing.
I'm happy to go after him. Actually, I thought my talk was after, so I'm happy.
Okay, then Anita, thank you.
Yeah,
it's okay for me. Maybe it's if you allow, maybe I can speak first because it will be late in Beijing. I have to rush home.
Great. No, that's perfect. So we first will have Professor Xudong talk, and then move on to Professor Claudia Passos. Are you okay, Professor Xudong, to start your talk then?
Can I use the share my screen because I have a slide to
sure.
use.
It's already open. You can share it.
Okay, let me see keynote. Sorry, I have opened sorry, I have to authorize the user wait. Sorry, I have to quit for a minute and I'll come back like just because reset the yeah.
Okay. So just wait a minute.
Well, this was probably a problem of communication because I saw the email and I understood that Xudong had to give his talk first. But then Claudia showed up and, and she also thought that she was going to give her talk at 10, right? Oh, Xudong's here. So it's okay. It's just to make sure that we understand that we are using different time zones.
Yes.
That's why it's always
I thought my talk was later, so I'm okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Claudia. That's very nice and very kind of you to allow for Xudong's talk first.
Okay. So everyone can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you
and
see your screen.
And yes, great. So you can see the PowerPoint. So first of all, thank you very much for Nita to invite me again to give a discussion. And thank you, Claudia, for letting me speak earlier. And sorry for the problem I caused for the organization because I just have 4 courses this afternoon just to finish them on Spinoza and Marx, etc. And so today I'm very happy to share with you some very preliminary reflections on the question of artificial intelligence. And maybe I just introduce myself a little about my background. That's the way I cut into the questions, penetrate into the reflection. I work basically on on Spinoza and on generally contemporary French philosophy, includes like Deleuze, Badiou, etc. So in this talk, I have given it a very, I think, kind of provoking title, like artificial intelligence and the image of thoughts. Image of thoughts, in fact, is a very Deleuzian concept, and I will show that in what sense it might help us to modify or to at least to reflect certain over certain conceptions of what the artificial intelligence is and what the sort of artificial intelligence is. Okay, so the very basic question I'm going to ask in the beginning is this one, the very ordinary, very basic, very fundamental, but which, as far as I understood, quite a difficult question, because I'm not someone who is very into the techniques of artificial intelligence. I've learned some basic stuffs, and I'm not a kind of expert in coding, etc. So I'm only able to get into the question from a philosophical point of view. So the question is, does AI really think? Because nowadays we always heard people saying that, okay, the artificial intelligence, the AI thinks, and it thinks sometimes like us, and it can play Go, it can play chess, it can sometimes even nowadays produce text, and it can talk, etc. So sometimes we have the impression that AI thinks. And in this question, in fact, it remembers me that like in 2023, I also participated in the seventh colloquium on the AI ethics, and at that moment, I hold the idea that if we take the question from a Spinozist perspective, the Spinoza, as far as I understood it, I had hold the idea that AI really thinks, because we don't need to look into the so-called intimacy of subjective intimacy, the deepness of subject. But in Spinoza, we just understood, or we define thought as kind of combination of different ideas. So sometimes AI can do the same thing as us. But now, after my further reflection on those questions and with different materials and referring to different traditions, I think maybe the things are more complicated than I have thought and presented at the same occasion. So in order to answer the question, does artificial intelligence really think? I think 2 points are demanded as pre-required. We have to have some quite solid understanding of the 2 points in order to really answer whether AI thinks or not. So the first question is that we know how artificial intelligence works. And when I formulate this, I don't mean that we know how to produce different ChatGPT, DeepSeek, etc. We have done that. We have knowledge of it. But more precisely about how artificial intelligence thinks, or it produces what it is presented as thought. Because as far as I understood, very limited knowledge, I just heard people saying that based on the generative procedure, based on the deep learning method, etc., there's still always a majority, a big part of the mechanism of how AI are able to do this or cannot do that is still a black box for us. So at this moment, there's still mechanisms, and there's still something we don't know in how AI are able to do what we have seen nowadays. There's some part beyond over clear clarification, clear formulation of it. So the first point, as far as I see it, we don't have a really, crystal illustration of it. And the second question, I think, is more interesting and more related to philosophy in general, is that we know how to we think. That means we have a quite commonly accepted or quite clear definition of thought is. And for the second point, if we go through the history of philosophy in general, we will see that, in fact, we don't arrive at a final conclusion. People can have some common points between different philosophers, but just very basic examples, like you talk with Plato and we talk with Hegel, we have different definition of thought is. The divergence between different philosophers are still very remarkable. So in general, for both of those two questions, which the 2 points, which are necessary to answer the question, does AI really think? I think we don't have enough equipment. We don't have very solid ground to answer it directly. So that's the first point. Okay, but still, we will have, or we really have nowadays impressions of people saying in general that AI maybe thinks or not, etc. So we are in fact nowadays trying to kind of analogy, the equivalence between the so-called thought of artificial intelligence and human thought in general. And according to my observation, I think this kind of equivalence seems to be disymmetric. So the disymmetry can be analyzed in 2 levels. First, for example, at the level of mechanism, that means not only how AI produce thought, but also how people produce thought, how we think. And at this level, insofar as we don't really have a very complete and thorough understanding of what human thought is, what consciousness is, how humans produce their thoughts, then we nowadays have the tendency to use the model of AI to describe how we think. I see some neuroscientists and even some AI scientists say that insofar as we don't know how humans think, so we don't have reason to deny that artificial intelligence thinks, because on the contrary, in fact, the mechanism of how AIs are able to produce thought-like appearance might be a clue to understanding how we think. Maybe we think in the same way as artificial intelligence. So this is kind of equivalence, or if we call it identification, at the level of mechanism. So we use artificial intelligence as the model to understand the mechanism of human thought. But on the other level, so now we move to from the mechanism of the production of thought to the level of the result, the consequence, or to say the product, the thought itself. And we find the logic is reversed. That in fact, when we say really, when we confirm that AI thinks, we rely on over conception or over perception of the appearance of human thought. So we are saying that, okay, sometimes ChatGPT or the DeepSeek, they think, we have the impression that they think with the output, what they formulated is very similar to us as human beings. So, okay, there are, how to say, there are 2 different types of analogy between AI and human. And I think there are 2 levels of the analogy, and I think those 2, you cannot have both. You cannot say that on the mechanism side and on the product side, we have very clear understanding of how humans thought, or on the other side, we also have very clear understanding of how AI produce thought. No, we cannot have both. So that is kind of dilemma, and it poses a lot of difficulties for us to define or to answer the question even, how or does AI really think? But interestingly, from this disymmetric situation, I think if we're focusing on the second level of what I've taught, that is on the level of products, that is to say that we rely on the appearance of human thought to affirm that AI thinks, we can change the field of this question to another level. That is to say, we are not really affirming the reality of AI can think of this reality, that AI can think as the truth, as an objective description, but rather what we are really what we are really insisting is that we believe that AI thinks and AI thinks like us. So the essential point is we believe that AI behaves in certain manner like us. So that is, I think, the fundamental point in positive answer to the question, does AI really think? If we say AI thinks, we don't say objectively it has the same mechanism of us, etc., because there's always this dilemma exists there. So we are just saying we believe that AI thinks, and not only because we don't know how it thinks, but so we say that it thinks like us. So at the appearance level, like they behave like us. So that is the first transformation of the question. And it will be the background of my further discussion on the introduction to Deleuze. So before going to the content of the Deleuzean approach, I would like to just very briefly defend my position or justify why I choose Deleuze to penetrate into the question. The first, I think, because I'm not this researcher who would like to using different philosophical models to analyze everything, because I think sometimes that's too easy, you know, to just a Platonic understanding of artificial intelligence, Aristotle understanding. Okay, we can do that, but I think sometimes it's better to get a point. And so the Deleuzean approach, I think, first of course, I have some very, how to say, just to defend myself why I choose a continental philosopher instead of the analytical tradition, is that there exists, in fact, there exists a certain approach who try to prove that there are dimensions or there are aspects of human being which cannot be achieved by intelligence. The most famous one, I think, as far as according to my limited knowledge, like Hubert Dreyfus, who have written several books and on artificial intelligence, and he has taken a very Heideggerian approach to the phenomenon of artificial intelligence and what is the assumptions behind those understanding of artificial intelligence. Nowadays there exists also a lot of Deleuzean approach. Maybe not a lot, but there are some examples. Because I just list them, and I'm not going to read. The people are about Deleuze's different which suits very well of the mechanism or the structure of artificial intelligence, etc. I think the interesting point is generally, as far as I see the stuffs, people using Deleuze, not like using Heidegger, are more positive to the phenomena of AI and to the potentiality of our AI, instead of critiquing AI can never match up to human. Because it's quite, how to say, it suits well the general atmosphere or the general style of Deleuzean philosophy. Like Deleuze talks machine a lot, and he talks desiring machine. Machine is a very central concept for him. And sometimes when he defines thought and the genesis of thought, he emphasizes the materiality of thought instead of the pure idealist approach. And for example, he talks about the rhizome, the very Deleuzean concept. So it's not like a tree; it's a very complicated and immanent and how to say the interconnected, etc. So those models, the general approach, the atmosphere, seems to be very seems to have the tendency to be adopted to the phenomena of artificial intelligence. So people are using Deleuze to support the development of artificial intelligence, or even to analyze certain dimensions of the artificial intelligence, the structure of it. But at this time, my position is somehow a little different. So I'm not really defend or against, but just to say that okay, some aspect of AI fits well the Deleuzian system. No, I'm going to say that in fact, in the question on the question of thought, Deleuze in fact have pointed out something which seems to me cannot be achieved by artificial intelligence, or more precisely, a level of objective description of the reality. It's about the way we conceive how artificial intelligence thinks falls into the so-called representational representationalism criticized by Deleuze. So it's based by a misconception, according to Deleuze, of what thought is, that we have drawn the conclusion that AI thinks. So that's why I'm going to introduce the idea of image of thought. So I call it kind of a genetic understanding of thought, or more precisely, the genesis, the genesis of thought. The main reference of my research or my reflection is based on the third chapter of Difference and Repetition of Deleuze, a great book, and which is titled the third part, L'image de la pensée, the image of thought. I'm not going to reformulate the content of this part, but I would like to draw some distinctions which is able to help us to reflect on artificial intelligence. So in general, in fact, for Deleuze, it has a more narrow definition of thought. The thought as a idea on majuscule, I forgot the big T, or on minor T. Okay, so
I guess it is frozen, or it's just
There's something
that's
wrong.
daily
Yeah.
life.
I think it is. I can't hear it as well.
Yeah, okay, he's back. Xudong, are you there?
Sorry? Yes. Oh, sorry.
All right.
Can you hear me now? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. So
That's
it's
fine.
the problem of the connection. I'm sorry. So it's okay now. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm talking about the distinction of or the first the definition of thought in a narrow sense, and the distinction of the two different kinds of thought. The first is thought as the creation of new ideas, and the second is thought understood in a very general way, like every moment. So far as we have conscious activities, we think we have thought. So Deleuze focusing on the first one, that is let's say the real thought, the history of thought based on this kind of thought instead of the daily nonsense discussions, daily chat, etc. So Deleuze have the affirmation that real thought is something real and precious. We don't really think. Sometimes we just repeat what have been thought with what other people have said. We don't really think in a philosophical or in a serious way. So this distinction, first, I put it in a parallel way, and in fact, I think we can redistribute it in a generic procedure. In fact, because when we ask the question that if sometimes we don't think, but we have conscious activity and we talk and we like daily talks, we based on certain conclusions. We based on say some result of real thought. In fact, because we can talk, for example, we can talk like the music bar, we can talk about scientists, innovation, etc. We don't really work in science, we don't really work in art, but we can talk something people have done. So in a genetic, sorry, I just mistyped it. It's genetic, it's not generic. It's a genetic procedure. We have seen that what is daily thought, or let's call it opinion, is based on the innovation of ideas, of the real thought. And the Deleuzean question here is not only to focusing on the real thought as the innovation of ideas, but also to go further back or go to the more fundamental or precedent moments of the genesis. That is to think about the condition of thought, how a new thought is produced. I think on this moment, it somehow could be interested could be related to artificial intelligence, because at this moment we can see what I'm going to do is that maybe what AI did or is doing now, just repeating the opinions instead of creating new thought. And I will give a further explanation of it. So the image of thought, let's call image of thought, if I reformulate it, we can understand it as certain presuppositions we use to define what thought is. So he gave 8 postulates. So generally, how do we think thought is? And we have some general ideas of thought is. And Deleuze said that there might be a mistake, not only in our daily life, but also in history or philosophy. People have made something wrong to understand, to define and to understand what really thought is. So the most relevant idea today, I think, might be the first confusion between two things: the confusion of what thought itself, what thought really, how thought is produced, and the representation of thought. It is an idea Deleuze that has borrowed, as mentioned in difference and repetition, from, for example, Feuerbach. And so this confusion between thought itself and the representation of thought can also be put in a procedure of genesis. In fact, it is the confusion between the condition and what is conditioned. Because for Deleuze, there is always the pre-representational or the unrepresentational moment of thought and its consequence, which can be represented as opinion or as common sense. So, okay, I won't mention the Qu'est-ce que la philosophie. I will just move on to the next point. So Deleuze has 8 postulates in the third chapter of difference and repetition about how people presuppose something which are not really demonstrated or testified to talk about what thought is. For example, he talks about the bonne volonté, the bonne nature, the good nature, and the goodwill of thought in general, etc. But the most important among all of those 8 postulates, I think, is the principle of representation. And the principle of representation, let's simplify it, can be called recognition. So we think, in the image of thought, which is something Deleuze wants to get rid of, in the image of thought, we define thought as a process to recognize something. So this motive can be found in Descartes, can be found in Kant, can be found in a lot of philosophers, and people are really using this model to understand what really think is. But for Deleuze, there are moments that go beyond the model of recognition and can be seen as the real foundation of the production of thought, of something new. So, and interestingly, that we can find AI today, recognition, in fact, is a very essential character. At the AI sense, as the AI, we take it as an agent, we see that the AI has the capacity to recognize an object. It's very important for us today. For example, it can recognize what we have said. It can pick up different keywords, and even for the visual parts, it can recognize an object in real life through the camera, etc. So recognition is a really, really important task for it. And for our part, it's also very important when we say that AI thinks that we can recognize what it outputs. It doesn't matter the content. It doesn't matter whether AI understood it or not, but insofar as we can similar to ours, then we say that, okay, it might think. So AI recognize its object, and we recognize what AI output. So recognize becomes a central moment, as far as I understood it, for the phenomena of artificial intelligence. So what is the problem of recognition, and what is the presuppositions it uses, and how Deleuze criticize it? The structure of recognition for Deleuze can be resumed in this central concept, that is common sense. The background of this discussion is very Kantian. In fact, Deleuze is using the Kantian vocabulary to describe how thought works. So what is recognition? So in what sense we recognize an object as an object? For Deleuze, but of course also for Kant, it is the moment that we have the collaboration that occur between different faculties. Something we can sense it, something we can imagine it, and we talk about it, and we think about it. We use different faculties, but those different faculties do not contradict each other, and they do not have a divergence between each other. They don't have disparity. They just work together. So what is seen, what is heard, what is touched, what is thought is the same object. So it is kind of accordance, it's kind of collaboration between different faculties. I think that is the moment Deleuze defines, analyze the word common sense. It has two dimensions, in fact. The first is what I've said, the accordance between different faculties, what is common to all senses. And another moment is that the ordinary usage of the word is that insofar as it is the accordance between faculties, so everyone as rational being, we have those faculties, we agree that we also have the same recognition as you, as others. So the comments, the two sides, or the two steps of common sense. But interestingly is that not like Kant, who have taken this accordance as natural, or as the background of further development of the representation. Deleuze would like to ask the question that what is the condition of this accord? So what is the genesis of thought as the creation of new? It's two different levels, in fact. It's two different questions, at least. So in order to have the accordance, the cooperation of different faculties, for Deleuze, we have to presuppose, or we have to, it's not, in fact, it's not presuppose, it analyzed to a moment that for him, there is those faculties, they can have the possibility to not work together. So there is in the first moment, in the first logical step, there exist different faculties who can or cannot collaborate with each other. That's the first point. And that's the condition for their further collaboration. And is that if we understand the thought as the creation of new, we find that it's not a moment of recognition. It's something else. It's, in fact, not the collaboration between different faculties, but rather, as Deleuze put it, it's those moments that one faculty, for example, go beyond or go further than other faculties, and it goes to its own limit. I can just some examples Deleuze has used that I think we can all have the similar experience. For example, like in art. So we see in art, we have some new ideas, some important innovations in artistic works. So what has art done? In art, it's not important we recognize what is paint is an apple. It's not recognized that matters. It's rather there is something when an art it can only be put For example, in colors, it cannot be taught, it cannot be heard, it cannot be followed up by other faculties. It is something which can at the limit of being visual, being seen. It is almost at the limit of being visible and not visible. So at that moment, I think for Deleuze is the real moment of creation. So it's the same thing for language. For example, literature, insofar as Deleuze understood a foreign language. So it's create something that can only happen or can only be seen or be understood in language and cannot be done in other in other faculties. So at this moment, we have new thought, we have new thinkings. So Deleuze emphasized the moment that we're forced to think. We don't have a good nature of thought that every day we think. No, we encounter some problems. We encounter something we cannot recognize. So one faculty at this moment is pushed to its limit, and it's beyond the cooperation or collaboration with other faculties in common sense. We don't have common sense. We don't know what it is. And exactly at those moments, we have artistic, scientific, musical, we have philosophical innovations. And that is how thought is produced. So encounter the problems instead. So the how to say, the remarkable ideas in this model is that what matters for thought is encounter and problems instead of input and solutions. So solution is not important. Now we come back later to the artificial intelligence. We say that, okay, I'm using a very strange, but I think funny expression. Sometimes the phenomenon of AI or the thought of AI is the image of thought. Play with words, but I think because the image it's how to say, it fits well what Deleuze has described as representation, and it is a imitation of the representation of thought. So it's not only as what we have in daily life, opinions. It's because our opinion is the production or the final step of the whole procedure of the genesis of thought. But for artificial intelligence, it does not have the first or second level. It just have the consequence that we have, that is opinion as opinion. It doesn't have the generic conditions, and it imitates the consequence at its pure appearance level. So we see that, okay, artificial AI recognize what we really recognize, and on the other side, we recognize what AI produces based on its recognition. So the whole phenomena of AI, I'm not saying that it does not have the potentiality to become an agent, to really think, to encounter its own problem, but I'm just saying over conception of AI, that is to say, in what sense the manner that we affirms AI thinks, effective is really based on the image of thought, is based on the mode of recognition and the mode of common sense, and it's not really thought at its ease. It's just the image of thought, as Deleuze put it. So the further questions, I think, is still open, but I think it might be interesting. So I don't know if we can expect a moment that AI can really creating things, not imitating to create things, but to create as we do. And if it has its own problems, or it think beyond languages. It's funny because I think if the answers to those questions are going to be positive, then I think it also means that the AI would really be somehow dangerous. But if not, then we can still take them as machines and think the ethical problems in different perspective. So that's all of my presentation today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Zhudong, for your brilliant talk. We will open the floor for the discussion and question. Everyone who would like to sign up, just raise the hand virtually or write your question on the chat. We'll have first Professor Nitamar.
Well, thank you very much, Xudong. This was very, very interesting. You know, I was thinking of Jerry Fodor's language of thought hypothesis, because his idea is that precisely, and he was developing this before this, let's say, AI hype, and it was something that has been discussed in different fronts, not only among continental philosophers like yourself doing work on Deleuze, but also by analytic philosophers. And it's very interesting that the way you present in this paper made us think of several ideas relating to Deleuze's major thesis, Répétition et Différence, which you mentioned, and that book's usually underestimated. And I'm very glad that you brought it in for this discussion on AI. So my question is, we understand that Deleuze, like Badiou, it's another French thinker who wrote about this, Alain Badiou, in response to Heidegger's contention that science does not think, right? Heidegger, as you mentioned, Dreyfus and other phenomenologists who went in this direction. But it's interesting to conceive of thinking in terms of faculties of thinking, like Kant did, and Deleuze got this from Kant, because as you think of a faculty of judgment, for instance, then you can allow for creativity, as opposed to the way we say that, you know, AI is not capable of being creative. And that's why Heidegger thought that human beings are only calculating when they are only in the repetitive scheme of repeating patterns, just like Deleuze put it in his book. But my question then to you is it possible then to do like Deleuze and Badiou, try to show that Heidegger was probably mistaken when he reduced science to this kind of technological thinking, as though everything that has been mathematized, you know, Husserl spoke of the mathematization of nature with mathematical physics, for instance, but it would be a mistake, it seems, that Deleuze is arguing that we cannot reduce thinking to the reproduction of patterns, and therefore we can allow for innovation, even in machine thinking. So do you think is this also a way of thinking in a different direction in response to this Heideggerian reductionist reading of science? Thank you very much.
Okay. So you can hear me now? I didn't see the... Okay, you can hear me. Thank you very much for your comments and your question, Nita. I'm glad that you like this Deleuzian approach, and I think it's interesting because I'm not so familiar. I know some basic ideas of Heidegger, but insofar as we talk about the science and technology, I think it's true that for Deleuze and for Badiou, in general, their attitude towards science is quite different. They are not so pessimistic. I think, like, for example, in Badiou, has a very strong mathematical background, and even for him, that science has the dimension of truth, the vérité. Like in art, in politics, in science, they have different types of truth. And for Deleuze, I think it's the same thing, because for example, like in What is Philosophy, the last book of Deleuze and Quarta, he has this kind of more global picture of what the genesis of thought is. So it starts from chaos, and the first moment is art. In fact, it's some aesthetic perception. And the third moment is science. In fact, it's science. Oh, sorry, no. The third moment is philosophy, and the next moment is science, and then it's logic and common sense. So I think Deleuze and Badiou they admit they accept the importance of science, and I think for them we can still make the distinction between technology and science is something not so simple as so negative as Heidegger puts it. But still, I think I think at this moment Deleuze and Badiou have something in common, as you have noticed. Like even in this case, I think we have still to distinguish two moments in science and in science itself. For example, like there is a moment of real innovation, like the scientific revolution moment, the Galilei moment, the Newton moment. So those moments we really get out of. I think that's also the distinction between what is knowledge and what is truth. Because in knowledge, sometimes, we see that, go back to the question of the question of AI, that we see maybe some AI can solve certain mathematical problems, and it can help to do some some experiment calculation in chemistry, etc. But for Deleuze and Badiou, the innovation moment is not based on the certain, let's say, the paradigm of science, and we continue to do some work to have more content, to have more detail of it. But rather, it's a radically novel, revolution of science. At a certain moment, we don't have knowledge as to bank us. We have to find something new. That's the real moment of an encounter. We don't know. The knowledge cannot provide us the guarantee if we can have the truth or not. And I think for Deleuze and for Badiou, that is a, let's not say essential moment, but very, very important moment of science. And I think that's the beauty of science for them. Instead of general, ordinary scientific work, of course, they are not underestimate the work of scientists in daily life, but I think the innovation, as always, the innovation of thought is right. It's rare. So I think that's the moment they like. And for artificial intelligence, I think they're not like Heidegger so pessimistic to the question, but they still think, as far as I understood it, there's something. Let's not say the AI itself, but the overconception of AI does not allow us to think they have those kind of capacity to really create or to innovate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Professor Claudia.
Yes, hello. Very interesting talk, and I like very much the framework and the type of skepticism you raise regarding creativity. But I just want to press you in one point. So I was recently reading a paper discussing exactly whether large language models could have some sort of creativity. And the point that was making was maybe the type of creativity if they might be able to have any sort of creativity, would not be the same type of creativity, or maybe creating, using, or at least achieving creativity from a different perspective than the way humans achieve creativity. But whether they still have a sort of creativity that we humans can attribute to them and could appreciate as creative. And the main point of the paper was, look, if there is any sort of creativity in AI models, are not they're probably not produced by the same type of strategies we humans produce, but there is certain way that they the type of combinatory work they make. For instance, let's get Dolly as an example. So you can see, you can give a prompt to Dolly, and Dolly can surprise us with an image that we think is creative. And the creation is from a bunch of pictures they saw on the internet, but why they select those pictures in that way and why they combine, we might not even know how to explain, but it produces on us the effect of similar effect we have when we appreciating some artwork. Oh, this is new, this is creative, and it combines in a way I never thought before.
Yeah.
I don't know if we should call this creativity, but yeah, I just want if you don't call this creativity because we want to label creativity, human creativity, and think that there is differences, what is this? And if this is a capacity we can, we are willing to attribute to the system, or should we downplay a lot of this capacity and think this capacity as just, I don't know, a bunch of combinations, random combinations? Yeah, I just want to hear your perspective on this.
Okay, thank you, Claudia. Thank you very much. I think that's an interesting question because first, I think there is a kind of weak point of my presentation. I also think because I choose the common sense, the structure of different faculties as the structure of recognition and creation. This is a very Kantian moment in Deleuze because those faculty discussion is not in nature very Deleuzian. Deleuze did not talk like this. And I think another weak point from this perspective is that it's so, how to say, this mode of different faculties, the sensibilities, understandings is too classic, and I think it does not fit really well the phenomenon of artificial intelligence. So why do we still using those old philosophical schema to understand the very new phenomenon? But what I'm thinking is that to back to your question directly, that firstly, I think what I'm against in this presentation is I'm not really saying that AI does not have creativity or AI does not think, cannot, or let's put it stronger or weaker. But I'm just saying is how do we generally conceive of AI? As I think that's what I'm going to critique. I'm not saying that AI cannot have creativity. And I really agree with you that I think even for Deleuze, if we say that maybe AI have certain capacity to create something that we have never seen and beyond of understanding, and it has kind of creativity, not like us. I think I'm very open to that question. I think Deleuze could support that. But what I'm going to critique from this Deleuzean approach is not that in reality they can't, but just in order to understand them, we are still using some very human-like models. And I think, for example, I think I mentioned some part of your question very interesting because you say we can recognize. You don't use the word recognize, but you said something like we treat certain activity of the AI as creation, because I think that's interesting because it's like we are recognizing.
Maybe the language, we can identify some creativity in some outputs of the system.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like according to at least my understanding or my experience, sometimes we cannot recognize a creation. We can only be shocked by a creation because it's really something we don't have a origin model to recognize. We just see it's something never seen. So I think at this moment, but I don't deny in general that not only for the future, but only even for now that AI have some very different capacity of human being to produce something really new, really beyond over imagination. Even I think that's I can accept that. I'm not against. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do anyone have any more questions for Professor Xudong? I guess we're arriving at the time also for Professor Claudia talk. So thank you very much, Professor Xudong, for your
Thank you.
brilliant talk and for participating of our colloquium. So moving on, for not having any delay later, we'll have Professor Claudia Passos talk right now. If you are all set up.
Yeah, thank you, Camila. Can I share my screen?
Yes, it should be available.
Yes.
We can see it already.
Yeah. Just organize my screen here. Yeah, so thank you very much for the kind invitation, and sorry that I got wrong the time zone. So maybe first explain a little bit my talk. I think things are changing very fast in the last 2 years. New models have been developed, and it's very hard to have a consistent research project on AI consciousness given the speed of change. So when I was preparing for the talk, I suddenly have a panic moment, and I mailed Nitamar saying, I'm not talking about AI consciousness. I don't have anything new to say. I'll change my talk. I'll talk about my work on empathy. Because, and this is true, I think it's very hard. I started doing this work 2 years ago, and it's very hard to keep a track of the literature and the changes in the system. So new things emerge, and hypotheses and ideas we start developing doesn't seem as much coherent and appealing as appeared in the beginning. But despite of that, I slept with this idea, and I wake up saying, okay, now I'll try again this AI consciousness talk and see if there is anything I can bring to the table that is a little bit different from what I presented 2 years ago. I think last year I presented something more related to moral status and the discussion of whether we can attribute moral status to AI systems if they are conscious. And today we'll just focus in the consciousness question. And I don't know how much, so maybe I should say a little bit about my work on infants. I have been developing a framework for, so first the title of my talk, Can Test for Infant Consciousness be a test for AI consciousness? Or if there is any similarities in the methodology we use for one case to the other that could be helpful to reply to the question whether the systems will be conscious in the future. So I have been interested in infant consciousness, and I have been developing a framework how we can test consciousness in infants. This framework is similar to the framework that experts work on animal consciousness have been using, with some differences, because there are much more similarities between infants and adult humans, given the biological continuity between both systems than we have compared to animal and adults. But there are other dissimilarities that make the infant case interesting in its own to be studied. And one question is, that is a question I was already asking 2 years ago, and I think this question is still important, is whether there is any developmental perspective regarding AI consciousness that would be interesting to explore. So what I have in mind about this question is whether there is any interesting comparison between a system like infants that are not conscious at time A and become conscious at time B. So we know that at certain point in our development, our consciousness emerges, but it's very hard to pinpoint which is this point. And why? Because it's very hard to know what are the necessary and sufficient conditions for consciousness to that would help us to attribute consciousness in a reliable way. So we have clear cases where everyone would agree that infants are conscious, and we have clear cases where there is no agreement, or maybe everyone would agree that they are not conscious. So maybe very early stages of pregnancy, most people would agree no consciousness there. A child, a 3 years old child, everyone would agree is conscious. But in 3 years, it's very hard to pinpoint a moment where there would have an agreement among experts that infants are conscious. So this raises an interesting point about methodology. And I think the methodology we can apply to infants and animals might help us to make some progress in the case of AI, okay? Okay, so what is the big question here is, given some potential similarities between the methodology, if you can reply to this question, can a machine be conscious, okay? And what I have in mind now is large language models, because if consciousness emerges in a system, those are the systems that at least has been surprising us as potentially a system that could potentially develop consciousness. Okay, so this is a very familiar image, probably for everyone who works in AI. Maybe there is something there is some magic that happens in the transformers that, or maybe in the heads of attention that surprises us in a way that makes us question whether those systems could be conscious in the future, okay? Okay, so just very broad definition, probably don't need this for this audience. So large language models are models for probabilistic tests, for prediction and generated tests. They are trained in text data. So there is no, at prima facie, we might say, okay, this is not a way that consciousness might be generated. But surprisingly, those systems have been presenting some sort of output or some sort of capacities that might at least indicate in the future, or at least maybe 10 years ago, a system with the similar capacities, maybe everyone that it has been working on consciousness would say, oh, this system is conscious. But those systems now, they display those capacities, and we are not sure if they, no one would claim that they're conscious now, but some people, no one, maybe it's a too strong claim, like someone like Blake Lemoine just recently claimed that they are conscious. But most experts will deny that the current systems are conscious, but we can raise the question whether if you expand those capacities, and given how the pace of development of those systems, if the expansion of those capacities would generate a conscious system. So they have remarkable capacities, conversations and write, program, mathematics, theoretical and practical reason, explanation, and even surprise us with some, I don't want to label creativity because we just have a talk about this, but some surprising results that if it was the same output from a human, we would say that this comes from creative process. So there are ethical questions. I will not engage with those ethical questions in this talk. There are also questions from philosophy of mind. Can LLM think? Can they understand? Can they be agents? Can they be conscious? I think there is a connection between being agent and be conscious. Maybe if those systems starting behaving as an agent with intentions and purpose by their own, I think this could be close to what we would consider a conscious system. So I think there is some correlation between agents and consciousness, but for the purpose of this talk, I will focus more on consciousness. Okay, so as I said before, there are some claims that that those systems might be conscious given their capacity. So this is Blake Lemoine famously claiming that those systems are conscious and being fired by Google because of those claims. And it was most related to some outputs that the system showed given the conversation they were having with Lemoine. And one question is whether this would be sufficient for consciousness. Most people think they're not. We need or would need other requirements for consciousness, but it's hard to know which requirement would be. Okay. Okay. So what would be the challenges to reply to the question whether those systems are conscious, given the type of outputs the systems have? So I will not pursue those challenges, but I just want to point. So Dave has recently give a talk and publish a paper discussing reasons for thinking that LLM might be conscious as reasons for things that they might not be conscious. And part of what we'll discuss now is in dialogue with this paper, okay? Okay, so first, definition of consciousness that is relevant for this discussion is, just want to be sure about the time. Okay, I have here I have 30 minutes. Is this Nitamar? Camila? Yeah.
Yeah, it's around 30 minutes, but be free to expand it.
Yeah, no, I'll try to. I start at 9, and I will try to keep track of this time. Okay, so defining consciousness. So what I have in mind here is subjective experience. So a being is conscious if there is something that is like to be that being, if the being has subjective experience. So I think the best formulation is Thomas Nagel's formulation about what's like to be a bat. So be conscious means that there is something that is like to be the system, to be a LLM. So the question is whether the system has this subjective experience and whether we can find a test to detect this. Okay. So type of conscious experiences at least we humans have. Perceptual experience, sensory experience, affective experience, cognitive experience, agentive experience, self-consciousness experience. Maybe for the system, maybe for develop perceptual capacities in the system in the future, they might be capable to have sensory experience. But nowadays, there is one question whether they have cognitive experience and whether they have any awareness about the system, any type of metacognition, and whether they have agentive experience. What consciousness is not? So what are the idea of consciousness that I will, I think would be usually a conscious systems, they have those capacities, but I don't think it's necessarily this. I don't think that this necessarily correlates with consciousness. So consciousness is not necessarily intelligence, although in humans, there is some correlations between intelligence and consciousness, but you can have conscious creatures that are not intelligent. So there are many animals that you might think that are conscious, but they are not intelligent, or at least they don't have the type of intelligence that we humans have. Consciousness also is different from goal-directed behavior. So some behavior that can sometimes even performed automatically. I don't think that necessarily correlates with consciousness. There are some goal-direct behavior that can be performed unconsciously. Okay, and I don't think also not just intelligence in sense of sophisticated behavior, but also intelligence in terms of human being. Okay, so evidence for consciousness. So there is no reliable or agreement in evidence for consciousness outside humans. Even in the case of animal consciousness, we start with the human case. With most of the with the tests for consciousness that have been used in the animal case, they have been validated from that have been used in the animal case. They have been validated from the human case. Why? Because we are the only system that can actually give verbal reports, an indication that we actually see a stimulus or perceiving consciously a stimulus. Okay? So we are constrained about tests that are validated from the human case that could be applied to AI. And although we don't have those tests, there are many evidence that might carry different weight when we think about the case of large language model consciousness. There is one important worry that is related to AI consciousness, all the debate regarding AI welfare or moral status in AI. It will involve some sort of agenda of consciousness research in those systems. Okay? So you have a real problem to reply whether those systems are conscious or not. Okay, so if you have to start with a methodology that comes from different systems, that comes from humans or comes from animals, how can we make the case that there is some important analogy between those cases, that is that the same methodology applied to one case would be interesting to be applied to the other cases. Yeah, so I'll say a little bit about this, and there are some researchers on consciousness that have been discussing this in the context of animal consciousness, but I'll try to make the case of the analogy with infant consciousness. Okay, so there is one problem in consciousness with, in the animal consciousness literature. They call this the distribution problem, is how consciousness is distributed among different creatures. And this problem raises in cases where we don't have verbal reports. So what might be a confusing problem for AI, because nowadays AI has the opposite problem: too many verbal reports, too many verbal outputs. Okay? But you can make a case that those verbal reports are not. It doesn't seem similar or equivalent of the reports we would have in the adult case. So you can still hold some analogies between how can we know if you cannot reliably trust in a verbal report, how can we know whether those systems are conscious? Some systems, like animals, cerebral organoids, patients with disorders of consciousness in infants is for the lack of verbal report, and maybe LLM is for the unreliability of the type of reports they can generate. Okay, so why this is problematic, and I call this the problem of infants' minds, a version of the problem of the other minds. We cannot observe consciousness directly, so even if I open your brain, I cannot detect where consciousness is in your brain, so it's not an observable property. In adults, we rely in verbal reports or some sort of subjectivity reports. You can indicate with some body language that you are perceiving a stimulus. In infants, we cannot have those verbal reports, but also different from other cases, you cannot even have command of following because you cannot give instructions to the infants and ask the infants to behave. So, and we cannot, different from LLM that has a big storage memory, we cannot rely on our memories. We forgot our past experiences. If we have early conscious experiences, we forget those experiences. So what evidence we can use? So in the case of infants, I developed a framework that I call the marker method. So we start with observation of correlations between consciousness and behavior and brain processes in adults. To explain those correlations, you have to infer underlying principles that connect consciousness to the brain and to the behavior. And once we have those correlations, you can isolate, oh, this is the neuromarker, this is the behavior marker of consciousness in adults. And from this, you can apply those markers to the infant case. To approach, we can start with markers that were generated in the context of theories of consciousness, or we can start with markers that were generated in the context of pure empirical observations of those correlations. Okay, there are problems for both markers, and I will suggest a third approach that I think is more successful. In the case of theories, it's very hard to, so what is relevant in the case of theories before I mention the challenges? In the case of a theory, you start identifying the presence or absence of consciousness given the necessary and sufficient conditions that the theory provides. So imagine global neuronal workspace theory says what's necessary for consciousness is the presence of a global workspace. If the system has this place where the information is broadcasted and there is some ignition activity there, this is a global workspace. If you detected this in the system, this is a necessary and sufficient condition for consciousness. So what you can do is try to see if you can find those markers in the system. Challenges for start with a marker that comes from the theory. There is no consensus among neurobiological theories of consciousness of which marker is the reliable theoretical marker for necessary and sufficient conditions for consciousness. In the case of infants, we also have an extra challenge. Most of those markers were validated in the adult case. In the adult case, you have higher cognitive capacities. So maybe those necessary and sufficient conditions are not connected purely with consciousness, but is also connected with higher order capacities. So be less friendly with systems that don't have those higher order capacities. So just to give you a sense of disagreement among theories, this is from a recent paper by Zheng and collaborators. In the case of infants, you can have a disagreement given predictions that theories of consciousness can give. from consciousness emerged in the uterus, from consciousness emerged around 18 months or late infants or children with 2 years old. Okay, so kind of like a huge disagreement. And we might have similar disagreements in the case of AI. I'll say this in a moment. You can also start with marker first approach. The marker first approach is so maybe theories has a problem. And we might start with markers in the sense that markers that are generated by observable behavior, observable of neurophysiological markers, okay, to infer presence of consciousness. So I don't start with the theory, I just start observing if there is any correlation when the system is conscious and a correlation between that claim and the claim that the system might, the presence of a behavior, presence of a specific neuroactivity and consciousness. The problem of applying this strategy, starting with markers, is that some markers might emerge during development in different stages. So there are some markers of consciousness, for instance, if you think that, I'm sorry, go back to the other slide. So for instance, if you think that be capable of certain type of learning that will emerge at 6 months of age is markers of consciousness, maybe though this is actually a marker of consciousness, but you might not be seeing emergence of consciousness that might emerge earlier, okay? So maybe 6 months, you have some marker that emerge at that point, but you don't have an earlier marker. So you might have the problem of markers that emerges given the way the system is developing, different developmental stages, and it would be very hard to generalize to be a reliable marker that would be testable across the different moments in the lifespan. One solution for this is work with one marker. We could work with a collection of markers, a cluster of markers. But then we have another problem. It's very hard to have a cluster of markers that emerge at the same time. Usually you have one marker emerge at 1 month, another mark 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and you end up with a similar problem, how you can generalize when the consciousness emerges, given that the markers cannot be correlated with emerging. The markers are not emerging at a similar age. Okay, so I have been suggesting what I call hybrid approach. That is an approach where we start with the markers, we start with observation, but those markers will be more reliable if they have some confirmation from theories of consciousness. So the way to give weight to those markers that might emerge in different time in development is to combine those markers with predictions from theories of consciousness. So if the markers can be validated by those theories, you give more weight to those markers. Then this is some guidance of how you can define the markers. Okay, too much about markers. Let's move on. How could you apply this idea to AI? Okay, so I have been applying this idea to infants. And in the case of infants, I think the most reliable markers are not the behavior markers, is the neuromarkers, the markers from the brain architecture you might have, okay? And I discussed this in a recent paper, pre-potential tasks for consciousness, and I don't have time to say, to give my reasons, but I think the audible test is the most reliable test in the case of infants nowadays, because combine an interesting neurosignature in the infant brain with some type of learning, and you can combine this evidence with global neuronal workspace theory, then we can have a stronger marker for consciousness. That said, there are problems in this marker, but I still think it's a potential and an interesting marker. I'll say a little bit about this marker because I want to go back to see the application of this marker in the AI case. So the global oddball test go like this. This paradigm was developed first in the case of patients with disorders of consciousness, so patients that cannot respond with behavior, okay? And you expose the patients to different sequence of sounds, and you see how the brain activates, what type of activity, neuroactivity the brain has. So the local oddball paradigm is a simple sequence of sound, beep, 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 boop, and the global oddball is a complex sequence, beep, 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 boop, beep, 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 boop, beep, 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 boop, beep, 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 beep. In the first one, in the local oddball, in the adult case, we don't need consciousness to detect that there is one sound that is different from the others. So even if you are not consciously attending to the stimulus, if you hear a sequence like beep, 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 boop, the last sound activates some patterns in the brain, you detect that violations of patterns without being conscious. You can do this even in sleeping. But the global sequence, you need to be awake and attending to the stimulus to be capable to detect the violation of the signal. Because you see that the sequences are similar, and you have a final sequence that violates the previous sequence. So you have beep, 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 boop, beep, 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 boop, beep, 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 boop, beep, 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 beep. So the final sequence, although all the sounds are the same, it's violating what comes before. So you have to learn the pattern, and to learn the pattern seems you need consciousness for this. Okay, what they did, this was a test validated from the adults. They applied it to the case of disorders of consciousness. They applied it to newborn babies, and they found they can detect with 1 week of life, they detect the global oddball paradigm. And they have the same type of brain activation, we call this pre-100 wave, when they detect this complex sequence. Okay, so the question is, if I will now make a parenthesis. I will not. I have an entire discussion about this measure in infants. One question is whether this global oddball and this methodology could be a methodology for AI. Okay, so now I will jump a little bit. So methodology question, whether this could be applied. Okay, so a little bit about the theories of consciousness. So one thing we might say is, okay, why not start with the theory first approach for AI? Okay, and I think there is in the case of AI, I think we have to be more pluralist. Theories can be a good way to explore, and there is recently a paper suggesting this. This is a paper by Patrick Bullitt and collaborators. Think about what kind of theories could be a good guidance in the AI case. There is one assumption for theories of consciousness that disambiguate infants, animals from AI. So we don't have a biological continuity in the as we have in the infants and animal cases, as in the case of AI. So you have to assume some sort of computation functionalism in the AI case. That means if you have a system with the same type of computation functionality playing similar role, you might say that this system, by analogy, might, if you have those similarities, might be that there is some equivalence between the systems. There has been a huge discussion about computation functionalism. For For instance, recently, Anil and Ned Block, they raised some skeptical challenges for computation functionalism. They think that actually consciousness is related to some biological property that the system, that an artificial systems will never develop. I will put aside this discussion, just let you know that if theories, if the theory approach holds, it has some assumption of that computational functionalism is true at least. Okay, so what is computational functionalism? If a system implements the right computation, thereby the right kind of conscious experience is there. Okay. Okay, challenge for the theories. I will not interact with all the theories. There are some theories that are more friendly than others. So one discussion is whether the system could have the necessary and sufficient conditions for consciousness. So some theoreticals think maybe if we could implement a global workspace, this could be an indication that the system has necessary and sufficient conditions for consciousness. So this would be like a kind of empirical task trying to create a system with this kind of global workspace theory. I still think that there is a challenge for the theory approach, although you might, so you might think, okay, maybe to create a global, maybe a system to have a global workspace, the system would need a minimum type of prefrontal cortex that would play the role of the type of executive control that the global neural workspace could exercise some sort of control of the actions of the systems. And there is a question if this would be possible or not. So although there is some potential road for the theories, I think there is still challenges. And I will now say a little bit before we finish. Okay, I'm getting a little bit late. I'll try to finish in 2 minutes about the marker approach. Okay, if the marker approach could be a potential, could complement and give us as a task for consciousness in the system. Okay. Okay, so so in the case, as I said before, in the case of infants and animals, it seems we can rely in behaviors, because usually the behaviors are spontaneously produced by the system. But it's in the AI, there are many discussions whether we can rely on behavior markers. Okay, what are the problem of the behavior markers? In the case of AI, there are multiple ways of producing behavior in AI context. We don't know if the way we are producing is reliable. Okay, some of the ways we produce behavior in AI context, it seems that they are mimicking human behavior. So they are not actually spontaneously producing that behavior. They are mimicking some behavior we have. There is all the discussion related to the gaming problem, where you design the system specifically to meet some behavior conditions, and then you test if the system have those behavior conditions, but actually you already designed the system to meet those conditions. So maybe we need some evidence of functional properties that might be motivated by theory. So we might to add some theoretical piece to have some reliable measure, reliable marker, a reliable behavioral marker. So maybe one way could go is the hybrid approach I suggested before. So what is the hybrid approach? You have the cluster of markers and the cluster, and you give more weight to the cluster of markers if it's connected to some theoretical assumption we have that actually that marker is relevant for consciousness. And then you can test the behavioral responses to the input. We can test if the system has certain capacities, and you can test for signatures. I don't have time to talk a little bit about signature, the difference between markers and signature, but just to give you an idea, when we found the P300 wave in the system here in the babies, this is a signature of consciousness. Okay, so it's not just the behavior or just the marker, it's something that we think that it's a signature in the brain for consciousness. But I don't have time to say, I just want to say a little bit about the test for patterns of success and failures. So one question is, can the global Audubon test be applied to AI? Okay, so a test that the system can predict violations of patterns, whether AI is capable to detect those violations of patterns as an infant is capable to detect violations of patterns in the sounds. So this type of approach has been suggested by some experts, the idea that we could test for animal consciousness, or test for machine consciousness, or test for behaviors could be reproduced in the case of AI. So giving this, I was giving this talk about infant consciousness, and someone in a conference on test of consciousness decided to see if the global older test would be a reliable test for AI. And it was very funny. This was Vincent Konitzer giving a talk, asking if we can detect LLM, if LLM is conscious. And actually, he gave the global Audubon test to larger language models. So this is the system trying to see if the system could detect the violation of pattern, beep, 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 boop, beep, 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 boop. And of course, the system easily detects the violation of patterns actually in seconds. And you can see even here the sequence of reasoning the system developed. Okay, just to say that although the global Audubon test might be a promised test for infants, we still are very far away to have a good equivalent in the case of AI. Most of the tests that we try, if you want to have a test about if violation of pattern is a good test, we still don't know how to create a version of this test that could be reliable, indicate consciousness in the case of AI. Okay, problems. For those markers, we have to know what is the underlying feature that is playing the role for making this. In the case of infants, we think that their underlying feature is attention and consciousness. But what is the underlying feature in the case of AI? Might be something else. They might be detecting those patterns just for reasoning, and this is not an underlying reliable feature. Okay, conclusion. More empirical and theoretical work need to be done. Very, very, there is conclusion. Sorry for taking more time. I think my talk was less organized than I wanted, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Claudia. We already have inscription to our Q&A. We have first Professor Nitamar. Anyone else who would like to make some question or comment on our discussion can raise your hand or manifest in the chat. Please, Professor Nitamar.
Thank you, Claudia. This was wonderful. And we are very grateful that you have been always contributing to these ongoing discussions in Brazil, including the reception of much of these recent contributions by yourself and Dave Chalmers as well, as we try to bring together both approaches to these hard problems of consciousness, not exactly in the same that Dave was proposing originally, but in the way there have been so many different proposals and we find your contribution to infant consciousness simply fascinating, because it is very, very interesting. I will have so many questions, but I'll just limit myself to one single question relating to, you mentioned in your paper, this idea of the global workspace theory. And I was thinking, as you recall, that also Jesse Prince was talking about attentionality, or the whole thing of attention, as part of this problem of trying to contrast the background issues when we are thinking of a consciousness in terms of whatever is not exactly conscious, could be subconscious or unconscious. And then once it becomes focused, it becomes part of whatever you call attention. It's part of being conscious, right? And my question to you is precisely the way Professor Chalmers has been dealing with these issues along these past 10 years. As we think of one of these last papers that Mariana just posted on the chat here, Chalmers' paper on consciousness in LLM models, precisely because at the end of the paper, he does some afterward comments, and he says he'll be rather conservative in terms of these most recent developments. We had in our in-person presentations yesterday, a couple of presentations by medical doctors, neuroscientists, talking about these mini brains, right? We talk about these organoids, and they are very skeptical that this could be called conscious samples of biological entities. But I can understand their skepticism as scientists, and they even joked about it. They said philosophers tend to be more enthusiastic about, detecting consciousness in these experiments. But I see that in your own research, you're also very careful. But one interesting feature of your research, which coincides with Professor Chalmers, one of the points he makes is regarding this biological divide. Of course, that in AI systems, if they are not biological, then we cannot even make any kind of comparison. But sticking to the infant consciousness problem, the way you presented it, I was wondering, what would you have to say about preborn fetuses, like thinking that there are different speculations and theories about this, but as far as I could tell, it's usually thought that consciousness might emerge as early as 24, 26 weeks of gestation. And therefore, is it possible to think at this very early stage, even before being an infant, in terms of this pediatrician's terminology, to think of or to talk about attentionality or anything like attention at this level? Because in the examples you gave for the repetition of patterns, if you have a phenomenological approach, it would be very much as you did in your presentation. But still, in phenomenological approaches, they would say, well, you already had something like some sort of pattern. So it's not totally, well, at most would be unconscious, but well, very close to becoming conscious. But it will be more in terms of a range of attentionality in phenomenological terms. So I was wondering, insofar as infant consciousness is concerned, how would you make a contrast or a comparison between preborn and born infants? Thank you.
Okay, so there are many pieces in the question. I'll try to do my best. Yeah, so first one clarification. I note Jesse Prince's view that consciousness is attention. I don't hold this view. I actually am very liberal in terms of when I'm thinking about those issues, those methodological issues and theories. I want a methodology that could be friendly with a large variety of theories. So I want also something that could be a methodology that could be incorporated by someone with Chelsea Pring's views. Okay, so I'm not thinking a methodology that would exclude in principle some theories. But there are many evidence nowadays that attention and consciousness can come apart. So I think in adult humans, usually when we are conscious of a stimulus, we are attending to the stimulus, but there are stimulus you might be conscious and you might not attend to. And there are ways that I can show you that you are completing a task and you're attending to the task and you might be conscious of a phenomenon that is in the background, even if you're not attending to the phenomenon. So I'm less convinced by his strong approach that consciousness is attention. But I think there is an interesting question about what is the correlation between attention and consciousness. And I think this might be a good research project to pursue, not just in the case of infants, how our attention develops, but also in the case of LLMs, because it seems that there is something that in the attention heads that might indicate, so there are many information the system have, how the system select what is the information they will prioritize to reply to a prompt, the input you give to the system. So there is some interesting, I think, research project to understand attention in infants and attention in adults and attention but I don't think consciousness is attention. Yeah, so regarding Dave's project, I think he has a project that is larger than mine, and I'm actually just interacting with a very small part of this project, and maybe once he should come to this meeting to give his own view on this. So whatever I'm saying, I'm just saying about my own approach. And okay, so attention in infants. This is interesting because so there is some this paradigm, this audible paradigm. You cannot know if the infant is attending to the phenomenon because the infants are newborns. They are in a sort of sleep-like states, and what they do, they just share my screen very briefly because I want to show two things about newborns and about fetus. So what they do in this paradigm here, they correlate the brain activity. They expose the baby to sounds, okay? And they correlate the brain activity, the pre-100 wave, there is an electrical signal postulated by global neuro workspace theory as a signature of consciousness with acceleration of the heart. So if the heart is accelerated, this is a proxy for being awake. If the heart is low, the heartbeats are low, it's because the baby is sleeping. But it's very hard to know how attention play a role here, okay? You might think, okay, you might need attention to retain the memory, in your working memory, the patterns of sounds to react with violation, the surprise response. But it's still, we need more work here to understand how attention would play a role. Okay, it would be very premature if I say, okay, they're attending to the phenomenon. But there are two indications: they're awake and they have a similar signature we have when we have this, when we are reacting to the old-ball paradigm. Surprisingly, they found the same effect in fetuses at the third trimester of gestation, okay? And they did the same thing. They also correlate with the heartbeats variability and show that the infants, when they have high heartbeats and they probably are awake, they can respond to the global old-ball, and when they are sleeping, they cannot respond. There is lots of discussion in this, the results of this paradigm in fetus. As you mentioned, there is an agreement, a reasonable agreement among theories of consciousness, that consciousness requires thalamocortical structures that emerge at 24 weeks of gestation. And if this is true, probably consciousness does not emerge before 24 weeks of gestation, but after that, when it emerges, we don't know. This result is an interesting result. It needs more tests to validate whether the fetus are actually, as you mentioned, attending to the phenomenon or not, but we actually don't know. Yeah. Okay, I don't know if I have any conclusive answers, but more, maybe my answer to your questions is more questions than answers.
Thank you so much, Professor Claudia and Professor Nitamar. We have now Professor Mikhail.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for your talk and your studies, and for trying to understand what consciousness is, because actually nobody knows what consciousness is. Just know that we are conscious, we have consciousness, but the reality is that we are bodies. So we are, our consciousness is physiologically dependent reality. That means we not just have consciousness, we are consciousness. We are conscious because there's no consciousness without body. Yeah? If body dies, there's no consciousness, at least at the individual level. So for every human being. So death means end of consciousness. The birth means beginning of the consciousness. I think that is why your studies are so important. So the beginning of consciousness, how it develops from the physiological point of view, the newborn physiology, the physiology of newborns and babies is unique, very unique. So, for example, as you know, I hope you know, the nerve cells have thin membranes that are not as tightly isolated from each other as in adults. And because of this, any stimulus excites the entire nervous system, central and peripheral. So the infant's brain is constantly excited or ready to be excited as a ball, not specified. So it tries quickly and required frequent sleep, as you pointed. So in your addition, you described all this phenomena, or a huge part of them. And it's also known another physiological fact that most of the nutritional energy an infant receives goes to work on the brain. rather than on the growth of other parts of the body. This is why humans take so long to develop compared to other animals. So it's absolutely unique physiology, and the consciousness is based on this physiology. It doesn't work without that. Our machines, or metaphorically speaking, our thinking machines, are built to support this very unique and strange human physiology. Do you think that results of your studies are really applicable for technologies based on machines hardware? Because for artificial intelligence, we don't have still, and I think it's just a fantasy to create biologically thinking machines in the near future. It's just impossible, because biological structures are much more complicated than every possible technology. So theologians would say it's a purpose of God to create biological system, not for humans.
Yeah, maybe I can reply, because I'm afraid
so,
I want to have time for the next question of scenario. Yeah, so yeah, good. I think all those points are interesting. Maybe one, maybe three points that I would want to make. One is, I think we actually, so consciousness is an interesting phenomenon, because I would disagree with you that we don't know. I think consciousness is something that we know, because we are conscious creatures. So we are very familiar with the phenomenon, but we don't know how to detect. We don't have good measures to how to detect. So we start with our common knowledge that what consciousness is, but from this knowledge we have to create ways to measure this, or a methodology to measure this that is reliable, is very hard. Okay, I'm not saying that infant consciousness is the same AI consciousness. My claim was more whether we can have any analogy in between methodology that we could apply to one case to another case. And one assumption, I think, that those who think that AI consciousness might be possible, you are making a skeptical claim. You say, no, it's not possible. And I think your skeptical claim is based in the idea that we need biology. Just only biological systems could be systems that could have consciousness. So you have a strong intuition that there is a correlation between biology and consciousness. And this is an interest. I think it is an important. There are many experts nowadays making this case. I just mentioned during my talk, and Youssef and Ned Block. They are currently writing papers on defending this view, that there is something about the way the brain is structured and the chemicals. Ned Block's defending more in the case of the chemicals in the brain that might be relevant for consciousness. Anil is more rejecting the idea that the assumption that computation functionalism is true. He thinks that just having the same functionality reproduced in an artificial system does not give rise to consciousness in the system. So he's challenging this view. So if artificial system, consciousness in the artificial system is possible, it implies that biology is not the only substrate that can underline consciousness experience. It means that we could be able, to have consciousness in different substract. And you hold the view that it's not possible. I think it's a respectable view on the table, okay? But I also think that even if computation functionalism is wrong, I think the question about methodologies is still old. We want to develop a methodology that could help us to understand better, not just the question about consciousness, but the question about, does the systems have a mind? And then I want to reply, one of your points was biology. The other point that I thought was very interesting too, and I mentioned this very briefly in the talk, is whether we need a body, we need a type of a body to have consciousness. And maybe this assumption is related to the idea that consciousness is a property of an agent, an agentive system. And maybe we need, maybe if it's a disembodied consciousness or disembodied system, maybe we want to be able to replicate consciousness. Maybe we need a system that has some kind of unification or unit as we have in our conscious systems. So my conscious systems is a unified system. I have one experience. I can have anomalous. My experience can be distorted by many psychiatric conditions or neurological conditions, but it's unified. So maybe I need a body that unifies the consciousness. And what we have in LLM is a completely disunified and fragmented mind, if there is a mind at all, is a system that that there is no unity in the system. So there is a challenge about the biology, and there is a challenge about the body, about the unity. Okay, I think I agree with you that those are very relevant challenges. Some people think that those challenges rule out completely the possibility that those systems will be conscious. I'm more, I have a more, I don't know, humble approach, like maybe might rule out. Time might show us that biology and body is extremely relevant, or maybe time will show us that no, maybe we will be able to create synthetic consciousness, but I don't know. I don't have a final answer again. Okay, maybe now Sinara, because we're getting an answer in the others people talk, so very briefly.
Oh, yeah. Claudia, thank you very much for your brilliant talk, as usual. I have just a question, Claudia, if you could explain actually a little bit more about the oddball test, yeah? Because I agree with you that consciousness is not attention. I totally agree with you with this, but it seems to me, at least you know the way that you explain the oddball test, that what he is measuring is attention, yeah. Then if he's measuring attention, consciousness is not attentions, yeah? Then actually, what would be the efficacy of the test, you know, to measure, you know, to know, for us to know if something is conscious or not. Maybe I didn't get some, you know, part of your explanation, but that doesn't, for me, doesn't, I'm not convinced that this is a good test, you know, that if there is not other tests that we could use. And actually, Claudia, I'm very sympathetic to the idea that conscience has to do with subjective experience, yeah? And then my question is, there is no test that can be used to measure subjective experience, because for me, it's so obvious that the machines don't have subjective experience, you know, at least in the stage that they are now. Doesn't mean that in the future, as you said, you know, in the future you could have, but there is no test that you can do a kind of indication if they have or if they don't have subjective experience. This would be the. And another question about the oddball test, just a curiosity, how would you apply the oddball test for people who actually don't hear and don't see? because the BBB bo 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 implies, you know, that you should be able to recognize sounds, or at least should be able to recognize the list of the sequence, you know, in front of you. Then how do you do this? Anyway, this is the point.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
A very big question. I don't know if I can reply everything, but I'll try. So first the question, what the paradigm is testing. So the paradigm is testing if I can detect a violation of a pattern. And so there are some assumptions so we can always, I don't have this slide, but I always have this slide in my talk. We can never, for a conscious skeptical, there is no completely answer that will resolve all the skepticism. So if you think that conscious is subjective experience and you cannot know consciousness about others, I can ask you back, how can you know that I am conscious? How can you know that I'm having subjective experience now?
Yeah.
Maybe if you open my brain and you see that there is, that I'm made by silicon matter, maybe you change completely your beliefs about who I am and if I have conscious experience at all. So there is, we can also, and one result, if you endorse this skeptical view in the more strong way, would be the result would be a kind of solipsist view. I can only know about my consciousness, my subjective experience. So what I'm trying to do with this methodology is see, okay, I cannot enter in scenarios mind and know if scenarios mind is, if scenarios have subjective experience and vice versa. Is there any methodology that could be reliable? And there have been created many methodologies. So for instance, there is the case, one classic case for consciousness is whether the system feel pain. But pain is another problematic area. Is the system feeling pain or feeling nociceptive, or is nociception or pain? And so it's much more hard to disambiguate if the system is feeling pain or it's just not nociceptive reaction. So then the literature moved to try to find learning activities that might require consciousness to be performed. And this paradigm is based in this activity, that to learn that there is a violation in a pattern, that I can be surprised, oh, I was expecting the same sequence of sounds and something new happened, might require consciousness if you have to learn this more complex sequence. If I just violate your expectations in a simple paradigm, you can do this unconsciously. You can be sleeping and imagine there is a sound in your condition, and then the sound changes and you awake because the system detects some changes in something in the system was processing. So you can do this sleeping. But for learning the sequence, that more complex sequence, apparently we need consciousness. Why? Just because the way we have to retain in our working memory the sequences and compare with what we heard before. How you test? You cannot test this in someone that cannot hear, of course. This is imply a hearing capacity. I don't think imply that you need to see, just need to have a hearing. And this is good for newborns because they're very bad with, they're still developing their visual system, but the auditory system is ready to go because we need the auditory system for vocalization and for language acquisition. So it's a very good paradigm because it does not require high order capacities, cognitive high order capacity. It doesn't require other capacities that are still developing, and you can just use the hearing capacity that already are in place. How this relates to attention? So some people might think, okay, I need attention to detect the pattern. Not necessarily. You still have to prove that I need to be attentive to the sound. I need to be hearing the sound, of course. If I'm not hearing the sound, I cannot detect the violation of pattern. does hearing coincide always with attention? This is a further question. And I don't think we can solve this in the case of infants, because what we do in this case, the infants they are passive. Some of the infants are with their eyes closed. You don't know even if they're sleeping or not. The only way to know they're not sleeping is through the heartbeat. So then you can compare what's happening in the brain, and you can see that they have the same brain activity that the adults have when they detect, consciously attentive detect the global audible. Is the baby also in attention? It's an open question. I'm not this and not, but I'm saying this just an open question. I would be adding a lot to the evidence. But if you think that consciousness is attention and the attention, the phenomenon, I think the evidence also, it's open to the possibility that attention is part of the phenomenon. Okay. I have another experiment I didn't say about attentional blink that actually tests attention in infants that are at 3 months old. But this, that I think is very good too. But it would require, it's also a good marker for consciousness, but we would require a little bit more of time to present to this. And I think you have a final point. Yeah, I actually don't think that the current systems are conscious, okay? But I think given the potential that they might, I think computation functionalism is, I don't rule out the possibility that this view is true. So if computation functionalism is true, and we might be capable to create a system that is conscious, you need a test. And what we have nowadays is that most of the tests, they failed. Either they failed because they are not actually detecting consciousness in the system. They might be a good test for biological creatures, but they might not be even a good test for cerebral organoids. We cannot apply the global audible test in a cerebral organoids because cerebral organoids, they don't have connection with the environment. So is the test failing because it's not the adequate test? We should do more empirical work. What should be the adequate test? Is there any way to measure this? Or maybe you are right, maybe it will be impaired. It would be like this might be an impossible question. I'm still in the optimist camp. I think it requires more work. We might be capable at one point to have a reliable test. Yeah, but this is the best I can do now.
Thank you very much, Claudia.
Yeah, and thank for the questions. I love it.
Thank you very much, Professor Claudia, for your brilliant talk and for this Q&A. I don't know if anyone has any more questions, or I guess because our time, maybe we could.
Yeah, I'm afraid we are run out of time.
Yeah,
so
we are
sorry.
running. No problem, Professor Claudia. Thank you so much. Well, I'm actually scheduled to talk right now, so I will introduce maybe myself somehow because I'm moderating. So if it's okay, I don't know, maybe if I can already share my screen here. And you let me know it's so good. Let me just... it's actually... No. I think it's the wrong screen. Sorry. I have to... Screen to share. Are you seeing the PPT presentation?
Yes.
Yes? Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much. I have to scream, so sometimes we get confused. So first of all, thank you very much, Anita, and the organizing committee for the invitation for me to have the opportunity to bring my talk to you this morning. I was very pleased to the opportunity. Although my presentation is very modest in some sense, because I have a very specific point about algorithmic oppression, and it's basically why we should use the word oppression to deal with this debate and what is happening with the use in automatic systems dealing with this interaction with digital and social world. All right, basically what I try to aim to do in this short presentation is to discuss how we as philosophers and ethicists could use a more specific vocabulary to deal with this kind of circumstances. I will try to defend why using a long discussion in feminist theory and critical race theory to why we should, and also bring attention to what kind of grammar we are using to this discussion of fairness today that is usually used, right? Algorithmic discrimination and algorithmic injustice. And especially what we see most in this debate of fairness and uses of algorithm is the idea of injustice. I want to bring from feminist theory why this can be tricky for how we deal with these situations. So why a new grammar? In the sense of new grammar, a vocabulary that will deal with oppression as a term to what we are seeing in the source of algorithmic injustice and discrimination, right? So AI fairness has been, emphasis has been on data-driven systems' ability to produce just material and output. So that brings us to a sort of thinking about this social problems as unfair system, as problem solving. Just in general, the instrumental reason behind these systems are problem solving, and we add this when we deal with fairness also, right? So the question of justice is reduced to question of local source distribution with a technological fix. That will be my point of problematic solve problem and the problematics with the use of injustice or algorithmic injustice generally. So injustice can be corrected by interventions on data quality standards, the bias in strategy, and fairness metrics. What I'll try to argue is, although these three ways of dealing with algorithmic injustice has some sort of result, a specific is a problem solving, it is a fix, is a very local determinant in some time a fix, and that doesn't deal with the real problem or with the roots of the problem that I will try to illustrate, that is oppression. And especially I want to argue until the end of my presentation, hopefully, that precisely by using these problem fixes as a good answer, we are actually increasing oppression or using to maintain oppression in a systematic way. So in the sense, fairness metrics, although can bring a source of non-discrimination and opportunity, in the sense that I'm not trying to say that this kind of correction is doing nothing, right? It is making some sort of amendments to harms that these systems create. What I try to show is that this amendment, it isn't enough, and it's because how we are fixing it or how we are thinking of this solution. Because it is a problem solving for a particular moment in time, since in there it doesn't interconnect the harm in these roots, so it doesn't investigate fully the problems it brings on. So the idea here is by drawing from feminist theory and critical race theory to advance in a critical view on how this problem-solving approach to injustice and discrimination, although can mediate local harms, maintain privilege between groups, and maintain systematic oppression. That is basically what I'll try to argue here, okay? So we have the general approach that we have been discussing is the idea that we have algorithmic discrimination. For instance, some scholars have pointed out that algorithmic discrimination is widely accepted as the reproduction of discrimination. It is widely attributed to the existence of an automation bias and proxy bias, which are intentional proxies in algorithmic models. So the problem here somehow is, I will then go to these two examples, but basically we see the injustice as an unfortunate outcome that we didn't expect. So we need to fix the outcome, some sort in the middle of this process of automatic proxies, some bias was brought up. And usually the algorithmic discrimination has a view that the discrimination is within society and it shows up in the systems as a result, right? I think this is not enough for two reasons. First of all, it helps us to offer solutions that focus on just these technical solutions. And so just a technical, and in my point is a very formal fix that is nearly close enough to really amend the social structures that are oppressive, and also did not concentrate on communities and how they are affected by these outcomes. Not just the outcomes, but by ignoring these effects in communities and marginalizing groups. What I try to argue is that what is being denied or not focused on is exactly how these groups interact with this technology, or how this technology impact their overall life, not just in this specific local problem. And therefore we have developing technology that is not aimed or considered by this group, and the focus is in the end of my reasoning or argue is that by this technical solution, the problem-solving approach, we are doing something that Sandra Harding called group adding, that we have the same system and we deal with, well, now we should add some different groups to our logic, to how our idea of efficiency is. And this is the problematic because it maintains system of privilege, right? This is basically what I'll try to argue. So I want to ask us to call for the moment this sort of afterthought in this marginalized community or in certain groups and certain identities oppression, right? Because they are not the focus, they are not being put in the central of our social life. They are being marginalized as they are an afterthought when we talk about, for instance, machine learning training, right? As an example, just. So I would like to come back to Frey's historical but very important text from 1985 on oppression. And in this text, this text is very important, I guess, because we can see after how it shifts some sort of the feminist vocabulary to dealing with sexism and structural oppression, right? So I think it's a very important essay. And in this essay, Frey tried to differentiate the idea or the concept of injustice from the concept of oppression. She's trying to reason that injustice can happen with anyone, right? Like in a singular relation, I can have some sort of injustice or feeling of injustice because of something that happened in that specific situation. In this essay, Frey will try to argue that oppression is different for this sort of thing, because it's something that happened to a person that belong to a group because it pertains and belong to a group, right? So it's not something that happened in an individual interrelation or in an individual and specific event, but it's systematic in this way. She's trying, at the end of the day, with this essay, try to, from a feminist standpoint, of course, try to differentiate why when you say things like women should smile and men should not cry, the weight or the thing that is at the table is different, right? And we also could use the same logic to argue for something that, for instance, reverse racism doesn't exist, right? It's not the same thing when we talk about black and when we talk something about white, even though it could be in a pejorative sense, is different because of the harm. And what is this harm that is differentiating this notion? She's saying one can be injustice in the sense that we could call injustice to say that men shouldn't cry. We could say that this is an injustice, but it's different than what we are seeing when we are systematically viewing as women as should be sympathetic or should smile. I'm using here her as examples, the things that she discusses in the essay, but of course it's just example of things that could be expanded, especially because by doing a precise description of oppression is, she'll say that this is a different instance. So she gives what I think very interesting 3 basic differentiations between injustice and oppression. The first one, and I think this is a very important one for our the continuum of our talk, is her idea of a double bind, right? The double bind is the idea that we always have a set of choices. For instance, if we say that women, or we have a cultural, social concept that women should smile, be kind, right? We still have choice, like we could or could not smile. Her point with the double bind is that for oppressed group, doesn't matter what you choose, you'll be bad negative consequence for it, right? So her example is, if a woman, in the sense, chooses to smile, she can be read and probably would be socially read as being easygoing, compliance, or given opening, for instance, for some sexual move, right? Being too opening. If she doesn't smile, she is considered frigid, a lesbian, a feminist, a person who doesn't enjoy life, someone who couldn't laugh. So the point of Fry here is that doesn't matter what you choose, the choice that you are making is never good enough, and will always have a bad outcome for it. So she ends in a very firm way, this essay that she says, well, we have choice, but we actually are choosing how we'll be oppressed, in what instance our oppression will be holding on, but we cannot choose to not be oppressed. So that's kind of the point here. To do that, to constitute this double bind, she will say that it needs to be collected, right? It's not just to a specific person, it's not in a specific relations as injustice is, but is always collective. So it's dividing groups, which means social categories, right? And this consequences is as long as you belong to the group, right? In this instance, it's not about if I am smiling or not, but is I, as a woman, is smiling, what should I do as long as I am a woman, right? And the third one is that it is systematic. In the sense, and she will use here an idea, an analogy of a cage, in the sense, a bird cage, right? In the sense that it's formed by a large connected of microstructure, that is what we see, like the wires. We can see wires, but it's very difficult to capture the whole cage because it's a systematic knot of how these choices or limitations of oppressed groups are functioning. So it's very difficult for the bird that is in the cage to see the whole cage because it is never looking from the outside, right? So basically, she will say that one of the problem as in tracing roots of oppression is precisely that we are always looking through the microsculpture. It's always one example, one little thing that adds up to a big complex system, right? That makes this systematic oppression or structure, if you want to use Haslanger vocabulary here, to how we can see this form and systems. And also, I think it already appears on Fry's essay, but Baylis in this text from 1999 add from the experience of teaching this essay on classes, and she adds the necessity to expand the idea of oppression of Fry, because what we need to also add as an important form that oppression brings up that is different from injustice is that it's always being developed to sustain or produce some kind of privilege. That is, for a bird to be in the cage, someone is out of it, right? If one group is being oppressed, is considering that one group is being privileged for us, because it's comparative, right? Being oppressed by something, be oppressed by someone. As she argues that the problem with the discussion of oppression is that we see, oh, that group is oppressed, and we never look at how we participated or how we somehow are receiving benefits for this kind of systems, right? And we can see things of ableism, racism, sexism as form of everyday dynamics that bring us a lot of privilege, right? So Bailey will see, well, oppression always entails someone being privileged. And what privilege is? And she's trying to here to also differentiate privilege for advantage, in the sense of how we can consider ourselves as being privileged versus as having some advantage, which is just a consequence of everyday life. So she will give these three forms that privilege has. First, the benefits granted by privilege are always undeserved and systematically conferred on members of dominant groups. So it's something that we receive and not doing nothing to it, right? So undeserved in the sense. Most privilege are invisible or unrecognized as such by those who possess them. So the problem is that with the privilege, sometimes it's more difficult yet to not just see the whole structure, but even to see this micro structure or this wire. Because we are being privileged, we don't mind, we don't focus on it, right? And third, privilege has an unconditional wildcard quality, which extend the benefits to cover a wide variety of circumstance and condition. So if oppression is a limitation of choice, a limitation of possibility, privilege is especially these expanded possibilities that we don't even need to track, because we are just moving across. And if we have some injustice in some sense, we can overcome by other privilege. This is why we should, in this discussion, make this differentiation between injustice and oppression. The point I will make here with this vocabulary is that the form that we use and articulate this critique of fairness in this discussion of automatized system, AI ethics, is very tricky when we want to deal with social oppression, because the mindset of, for instance, efficacy, advantage, improvement makes a tricky grammar for highlighting how technologies are built to actually efficiently maintain groups of privilege. In the sense, just as an example, I'm trying to argue here is that we had in this algorithmic discrimination debate been talking about the difference of efficiency to face recognition dispositives to recognize white male faces from black female faces. If I'm not mistaken, it's like 90% efficiency to read a face from a white male and around 34% to read correctly a black woman's face. My point is, when we call this grammar about oppression and privilege, what we're seeing at the efficiency of the system to recognize white male is not despite of the discrimination of black females, but it's precisely because of, in the sense that we see more efficiency in the systems precisely because they are being efficient to what they are built for. And that is the problem. It's not because they are trying to recognize everyone. They are built to a specifically imagined user. And we can think that this imagined user has gender, has color, has place, has ableism, has an identity, right? Is not neutral, is not plural, is not for everyone. So this is a way to start to think about digital social structure. As Professor Mikhail was talking earlier this morning, we cannot deny the systems anymore. We need to think how it incorporates and is embedded in our society, and how actually we are not seeing a consequence of how users use this mechanism when discrimination appears, but how it's adding and giving information and participating in the ways that this group are being oppressed. So it, to me, is seeing this way change a little bit how the discussion needs to be doing versus how it's actually be done right now. So social and technical elements interact dynamically and form new behavior, practice, and social norms. So it's not a result of social norms, but are creating all the social norms they form in an interactive way. Therefore, data-driven decision-making systems are informed by and entangled with the broader social structure in which they are embedded, right? So I will take here some discussion of nods that talk about oppression also, but she uses the Young's version of 5 phases of oppression to deal with, and she characterized one of each in this text. And she will argue data-driven decision normalize the structure of injustice that have informed their functioning. Social structure permeate the entire anatomy of AI, including the labor and production process that govern hardware and software development. In the sense, I like this quote because when you think about the permeation of the anatomy of AI, we are not saying there is a problem with the outcome. We are saying there is a problem from the beginning, from how we are thinking the system, who are the users that we think the system, for whom we think technology is for whom is producing technology, and how we are dealing with our social structure. And especially what I think is a very important discussion that we need to amplify and to deal with more directly, the lack of diversity in the STEM field, right? I think that is the main reasoning or the main cause of some of our problems with dealing with injustice or unfair system in the end of the day. So following nods in the sense, automated decision system categorize and place person within large collectives according to attributes identified as relevant by the decision makers. And then who is designing this is a very important question. Not just who is designing technically, but who are making the decision, who are in the market, who is the ones who hold the economic power, the political power to develop this. This should not be something apart from our technical discussion, but should be bring up as a constituting our ethical discussion, right? We need to see this decision maker more clearly. So when you think about algorithmic oppression, the idea is that big data and algorithms are not neutral nor objective, but related to social and technical decisions made by human beings who belong to social groups and have particular needs. So I think it's a somehow broad discussion, but by different approaches of how we have some sort of a gendered masculine science because of the way it has research, right? So we can see like a different perspective, like try to how incorporate a feminist methodology of science, how we could bring not as Harding argue a better as is more democratic, it is more similar to the real identities, to the reality of our social structure in a social world, right? So I will bring here, as I say, as a modest point I'm trying to make, but I will try to begin with 3 problems that, of course, is not the whole, but as I start in debate, which is racism, ableism, and sexism, which is not, again, can be expanded. I'm just beginning the debate here. Is a standard protocol for organizing behavior on the web? It's not exception, is not an end result, but is a protocol itself, right? The algorithm decision making produce the information that organizes social life. So it is not just the result of, for instance, how we have discrimination in our society. And especially nowadays, we have to deal with the fact of how it intervenes and interconnects with basically all our information, right? We are informed basically by the system. We cannot do any research without Google Scholar, Google Research, without some sort of searching mechanism. We are always compelled and being informed by who appears first, why this is appearing first, how this knowledge or information are being organized by the systems. So how this information are connecting, influence how the society understand and are being informed by this instance, and also produce our social life, because I'm saying is intertwined and embedded, right? And the problem here is that the way we are dealing with it is still reproducing, reinforced the matrix of dominance. And here I'm using Hugh Collins' idea of matrix of domination, right? Decision makers continues to use imaginary user whose experience are similar to their own. So it's a point of view, right? Is this old but still needed critique that science, technology, research is not doing by no one. Like no one we face with identity is from nowhere because have methodology. Is always someone applying methodology, someone asking question and using methodology to solve it. So who is proposing this question? What are the problems being seen is important in this discussion and will impact the result of what we've seen as technology that we consider useful, for instance, right? So by doing this, as consequence, marginalized groups are being incorporated by solve. I couldn't find a better way to put it besides this, but by solving their exclusion by adding them, in the sense that we are not revising how these systems are built, who are building it, in the process of training and how they articulate and the knowledge and the information in the society. We are adding and fixing specific problems. And the thing I would like to argue is that this is not enough. This helps to maintain privilege, helps to maintain efficacy that privilege certain groups, right? But so the idea here, I now follow Sasha Cortan's book on design justice, as she argues and try to explain what is the designer's standard strategies to represent these communities, right? She will make some criticism, especially that she says, well, design teams don't include the diversity or diverse group in the beginning of this process, in the training very beginning, but it doesn't have a continuity because they actually are not worried or thinking about this community or this group when they are developing this technology. So it's just some sort of commandment, very formal, that they do on the beginning of the process, and then later they move it on and simply don't add diversity anymore. Also, users' personas are created out of thin air by members of the design team based on their own assumptions or stereotype about groups of people who may occupy a very different position in the dominance of the dominance matrix, right? So the problem is the idea of included by this imaginary user, in the sense that we talk from a distance for what are the demands for Black community without listening, without incorporating, without putting in a place of decision-making in the hand of this group, right? So we will always have this gap of what is actually the problem in the community, what is actually the kind of technical solution this community needs, and what we are trying to see and deal with. We'll have a gap on the sense. An example that Sasha will give in this book that I found very interesting is for how we develop to deal with deficiencies, for instance. She says, non-disabled designers typically focus on an ableist approach to modifying technologically, improving the individual's body of people with disabilities to approximate normative mobility style, compared to people with disabilities, who may be more interested in architectural infrastructure changes than to adapt their own mobility needs. In the sense, this adding to incorporate, they are trying to not accommodate what this community thinks is the best solution and best fix for them, or how we should change the design to incorporate. We are doing how we can change them to be incorporated in your design. And this is a very different approach from one thing to another, right? And here she is talking about this the ableism and how we are to try to make the disabled body more similar to the ableist ability and capability, and not listen to the actual conversation. But I look further another example of why we should consider this sort of problem solving problematic. I promise I'm going to the end of the presentation. For instance, we have a big discussion of algorithmic discrimination dealing with the searching of the word lesbians that will usually appear was pornographic content, right? So we have the debate, we have the fixed. But note this research I did yesterday, right? I put beautiful lesbian. And I don't know if it's clear for you that we have a lot to discuss about who appears in the form that we are understanding beauty and the form that we are understanding and connecting with the word lesbian. Note that is not an identity, a group of person who has an identity, but have some instance of erotic in all the example, and is very rational, not just very white appearance of beauty, but also a very thin, normative, standard way of thinking beauty. So the problem is we can fix this, but if we don't change the logic and how we are designing this system, another problem is I could make a large amount of cases here to demonstrate. This is the first research that I tried that I already get the one thing to demonstrate. So I guess if we expand more our research, we will saw more and more of this. And the problem is we will try always, and this has been being the Google standard response to this kind of problems, to modify specifically this problem in not rethinking the way that the algorithmic works, right? Thinking how the systems are built. So based on this literature, and especially adding this idea of Sasha Cortanza, I will talk about build with and not for, that has been the kind of the problem with oppressed group. Solve problem approach are usually disconnected with real necessities from community, as they reproduce a structure that efficiently respond to the aims and problems of the privileged group. The social and political power of decision maker must be considered. Who sits at the table, who design, who is the real user, etc., is fundamental to expand our imagination to democratic uses of technology. social digital system must be co-created in order to transform and develop concrete tools for a community. But by talking about co-creation, we also need to see what makes an oppressed group oppressed. Sasha talked about this, and I think it's a very unregarded but important point, that if you want diversity, the diverse group should be paid for the contribution that they do as user, as someone who co-created the system. And it's not the case, right? They are more, this focus group take this information, use it somehow to train, but they are not always specifically well paid to do so. So we still have this discussion of class and how money distribution get it around. I hope I can make this modest. It was enough to make my modest point. And thank you so much for listening to me and indulge me in this morning. So I'm doing both here now. So Professor Claudia, I think we can open the mic as we finish our talk. If anyone has comment, I will be pleased to address it. We can hear you. I can't hear
Can you
you.
hear now?
Yes.
Can you hear
Yes.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why my microphone attached to my AirPods, so I can hear you all, but you cannot hear me if I'm not with my AirPods. So yeah, so I thought it was great, really interesting, and I like very much the distinction between injustice and oppression, and how the discussion on injustice tracks more distribution and some harms that that might raises in cases where we don't have an equal distribution, and how metrics of fairness might not capture oppression in the system. But maybe one challenge, although I think it's an interesting framework and reveal some oppressive some oppression in the designer, and how the design of the algorithm can reproduce some systematic oppression. I think maybe one challenge for the oppression view, because I think you show the limits of the unjust discussion, would be I think every time we label something as oppressive, it seems the only way to avoid oppression is to abolish or stop using the algorithm, abolish the use of the algorithm, because it seems there is no way to extract the oppression from the system. And I know that probably this is not what those that discuss oppression think as a result of, although some have a more abolitionist claim, others actually want to be able to fix the system in a way maybe the system could be less oppressive. Yeah, but I just want to see what is your view in this debate about if there is a respectable way to cure the system that is not just always abolishing the use of the algorithm in many cases.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think your question brings a whole discussion that has already been not just made, but participate on how even the feminist theory received this idea of oppression, although we have some sort of an incorporation, or how the feminist theories has been dealing with it, is the problem of the idea of oppression that in some way remove completely the idea of agency or autonomy, or that we can do something in the system. That is, some authors claim that using oppression in a strong sense will generate just a victimization in the way that it moves out completely the things and the power of people to do something, have some sort of agency to dealing with this discussion. And I think it's an interesting approach or something that we need to deal with. I think that the idea of abolishing oppression by recluding it, by not using algorithm, for instance, is completely nonsense, right? It's impossible. As I said, the biggest problem that we have, and is especially because is so much embedded in our social life in general that the distinction between digital life and social life is very intertwined, it seems to me, right? Especially when we deal with information, because we are informed by the way in which we interact with the system, not just by using ChatGPT to ask things, and usually that's very interesting, right? We are seeing now that especially in the youth, the Gen Z, they look more in ChatGPT than in Google, right, to do research, to ask something. They are more used to, at least here in Brazil, we have been discussing recently some papers that view that kind of behavior. So, the ways that we get information is by using it, and the way the system works is by algorithm. So the thing is, we need to deal with it, so to try to avoid at least the most that we can this sort of discrimination and injustice. But the thing is, I think that is not very useful for us when you still think that what we are seeing when some sort of algorithmic discrimination happens is an event, like it's a singular problem that emerged by one specific system, which has one specific result. I think when we talk about injustice, seems like something that could happen because we can suffer an injustice by different reasons, right? We have recently, just to give an example, Professor Claudia, recently we have this trend that we put our Insta profile in ChatGPT and ask him to make a shade on our profile, like make some comment about our profile, and he respond things like, oh, how why so much cheesy filters on your Insta, for instance, right? He judged how your profile was constructed by doing mean, but it's the task that we gave him, right? Either way, I can call that the ChatGPT consideration about my profile with excessive use of filters unjust. This is I can feel some injustice of how I'm using and have some sort of injustice relation. It's different when we're talking about systematic sexism, systematic racism, because it's not something that is a result of any specific interaction. It's more about how something is built. For instance, in the discussion about gender algorithmic oppression, we're talking about how our language is gendered, and how we need to deal with language, how language is gendered, to deal with the system of interaction in the social digital world. So I think that this is why I try to argue that we could have some advancements, or at least have a better discussion when we talk about oppression in the bigger system, so we can at least be aware of this landscape. I think the answer that I have is very, very basic, but I think is the level that we are at somehow. So I this make my case for why insisting on it, that we need more participation and co-creation on this system. I think we're still looking at a very narrow area. So we need more human, more Black people, more indigenous people, or more different people participating in creating and doing design, which means more education to it. We need to amplify access to the STEM field, and also to the philosophical field that we have seen recently papers showing that we have 20% of women in our philosophical community, which is a global phenomenon. In Brazil, is that kind of this percentage and globally also. So we need to address how these fields of knowledge that are discussing who conscious is, what is thinking, what is the process of thinking. We need to be more diverse than just European white male, right? So it's very basic until we will not solve all the things, but I think we are at level. So not abolishing, but by adding, more participating actually in all the process, not just seeing as an imaginary user, but actually dealing with this community and incorporating this community in the whole process of creating this mechanism system, and also in this discussion that we're having today, thinking about these problems, right? I know it's not a very satisfied answer, but I think it's the way that at least I can see a way of dealing with oppression that is not abolishing right now. Professor Mikhail?
Yeah, thanks for your talk. I think you formulate a real problem, and in a broader context, more than 90% of contemporary society are users of digital technologies. So we are all users. And users are privileged comparing to creators, so engineers, programmers, designers, and so on, and owners. So owners like so-called big data lords like Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and Microsoft and so on. The state, because the most important order of digital systems, socially applicable systems, is the state or international political organizations. And the people who know how it all works. 90% don't know how it all works. Mm-hmm. And what is the purpose of digital technology. So I would say if you have 1% of privileged people, 99% unprivileged, that means there must be a revolution, a social revolution, a revolt. So, like in old France in the 18th century, well, there's no revolution because the main strategy of the digital technology is to create more privileges, more privileges. The society, 99%, the majority of the users, must be as much differentiated as possible. And the purpose of the political power to supply these people with very differentiated privileges based on all possible things: origin, education, race, gender, the place of living, style of living, style of consummation, and so on and so on. And I think that is how digital technology will walk and will walk in the society. I don't know if you may, if you want to agree with this notion. So it's a common philosophical, social philosophical reflection. And perhaps not only the application of this technology in the society is the problem. The technology as such, the algorithm, as I mentioned, algorithm is a problem. So digitality creates new societal structure, and this structure is grounded on the privileged for a few and imitation of privileges for the majority? Thank you.
Oh, that's a good question and point. I think, of course, we can see this appearing on algorithm and the digitalization, but I don't think the idea is really that we have between our society, social structure, and the digital social structure, some intertwined relation, right? And I think, of course, the problem is we are mediating information right now by the system, which means what I try to say by this is that they are not a separate instance, but they are making our understanding and apprehension of the world as we move on. And of course, but when we think about when I say it, for example, that we need to look at the designers, the builders who sit at the table in the general sense, what I'm saying is that we have a complex social dynamics that are oppressing some sort of groups. And of course, the point is, even though we are mapping different groups, we are saying gender, racism, ethnicity, nationality, we usually see that although this kind of oppression are different, and this is the idea of Collins of the matrix of dominance, right? This intersectionality, this not between different structure. But it seems when we talk about privilege, we are looking pretty much at the same thing, like the same idea, the same, we have a more coherently group of people being privileged than the coherence between who are being oppressed. And then again, I think that help this source of forms of privilege and disadvantage to be articulating, because we seem like we are all in group, but when actually, although groups differentiate the ways they are oppressed or the consequence, the form of disadvantage that they have in the concrete material life will be different. When you will exercise the critique, we will see, at least is my position, I know it's not a general one, we can see some sort of a structure of oppression, which means that I think we have clearly some sort of group, some sort of part of the population being privileged by this discourse. Some more, Elon Musk, some less, but still we can see this upholding. So I think we can have a general, you said the word revolution, I think, but we need to say, well, all of our technologies or our power system is being built to maintain the privilege of this group. How we can incorporate our vision or that. And then for unfortunate, maybe we have this small ant steps to do it. So how we deal with the gendered language, how you deal with the racism structure, how we think about things, how you deal with the idea that heterosexuality is the normality, right? Because I brought in what appears in the Google research for beautiful lesbian, and I thought it's very funny, but I need more time to think about it. When I put like beautiful straight or beautiful heterosexual, Google could not think about it. Like, is an incoherent response, because they don't identify as a thing, right? It's like the normality, the subjective, the role. What do you mean by beautiful heterosexuality? It seems like I'm saying in my vocabulary that's, of course, not how the system and this algorithm are working, but we see what appears to me was a very incoherent logic, right? He could not think as a group, as a form of specificity, as they see the lesbians, the beautiful lesbian. And I think that's some sort of how we see that the privilege cannot see privilege, because it's just normal. It's not privilege, right? It's not advantage. It's just the normality and the normalization of the world. But I think, again, is a very in the early stage of this paper. Is not an actual essay or an article yet, but it's a beginning of a thought that I think we could bring. Because my point, the thing that bothers me a little bit is that we kind of doesn't bring the whole discussion of our social movements and that we are doing political philosophy, social philosophy to discuss AI and this kind of system. We almost switch vocabulary. And we talk about efficiency, what is efficacy, what is improvement, how we deal with technology, and maybe we are losing some sort of point to what the kind of preoccupation we have within our social dynamics and how this embedded digital media can be incorporated in it. I probably need more time to deal with this question, but we advanced a lot our time. We have a next panel that starts at 2 p.m. So I'm sorry if I didn't answer you enough, Professor. Professor Mariana, I saw that you make a question, if you allow me to answer to you in another moment because of our time. I'm very sorry, but we are really advanced.
That's okay. That's okay. Don't worry. Thank you for your talk.
Thank you so much to everyone to participate in this evening with us. We will resume at 2 o'clock in Brazilian time, and we'll have our last panel in this afternoon. Again, thank you so much, everyone, and see you soon, hopefully.
Thank you, Camila. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.